Okay, good evening, everybody. I'm going to call this meeting to order for the Planning and Development Committee this evening. For those that are coming in, if there are not enough chairs, we have set up a meeting room just through these doors to your left, and you can actually watch it on the big screen there. And if you play with the channels, you might be able to get the hockey game later on. So, first item of business is attendance, and please note that everybody is present. Mayor David Bailey is zooming in, so you can see his face up there, and Councillor John Bell will be here later on. We'll go to the second item on the list. That's the approval of agenda. Does anybody want to add anything to that agenda? Okay, don't see any hands. Can I get a motion then to approve the agenda? Moved by Councillor Coleman, second by Councillor LaFerriere. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that moves on. If you have any declaration of pecuniary interest, I will ask the members to declare so at the appropriate time. We don't have any special delegations, petitions, or presentations outside of the applications this evening. So that brings us to item 5, and that's the adoption of the minutes from the previous meetings. Can I get somebody to put them on the floor, please? Moved by Councillor Pierce, second by Councillor Wheat. Does anybody have any comments, questions, concerns about those minutes? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor to approve? Opposed? Okay. Any business arising from those minutes outside of the normal business that arises from planning minutes? Okay, seeing none. We're going to go then on to our applications tonight. And I will point out, I think most of the people that are here this evening visiting us, I think a lot of them have seen that at the back there are some sign-up sheets. You do not have to sign in or sign up, but if you would like further information as it becomes available for the application that you're interested in, you're asked that you sign it, be clear, be legible, put your contact info, and then the planner in charge of that will put you on the emailing list. So anytime new information comes up, you will be notified, okay? So I'll just point that out. Again, if there's not enough chairs, just let me know and we can direct people to the meeting room, because Fire code says we can only have so many people in the room too. Okay, so this evening we have 3 telecommunication tower hearings. Of those 3, the first one is just for information. It's all right. No, okay. It's the first one's just for information, if I'm correct. And so we will ask. This is for 17 Ewart Ave, and I'll ask our planner Ryan Cummins if he could go over it for the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening. It's great to be back tonight. This application is related to application CT 321RC. This is from Signum Wireless, care of Fontour International Inc., owner being the County of Brant at 17 Ewart Avenue in Canesville. Again, as Councillor Miller indicated, this application is being presented for information purposes only this evening. Subject lands are located on the south side of Ewart in Canesville, east of County Road 18. The subject lands have a frontage of approximately 202 meters, an area of 3.6 hectares or 8.9 acres, and currently house the County of Brant new fire station, as well as the future County of Brant Canesville Community Center. The subject lands are currently designated employment and are currently zoned as heavy industrial M3. The applicant is proposing to house a 60-meter tall self-supporting telecommunications tower surrounded by a fenced compound of approximately 15 by 15 meters on the east side of the fire station. The applicant has undertaken their public information session, and that was held on May the 4th of 2022. I think it was attended by one neighbor who was interested. We did receive the summary of that consultation from the applicant on May the 9th, and that's included in your package this evening. The proposed tower will benefit the county by providing a suitable tower to host the Brant County Fire Department equipment as well as other telecom providers. This is a multi-user tower. Again, this is for information purposes only. I'd be happy to take any questions at this time, and I do believe that the applicant is available to make a presentation as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. Are there any questions from the committee for Ryan at this time? Okay, seeing none. You said is Valerie present this evening on Zoom? Okay. Can you let her know she can speak? Yes, sir.
I'm Martin Bensalon. I own Butcher and Restaurant Supply. We have at least.
Okay, I'm going. Hold on. We'll go in order. Okay, I'll get to your comments. We're going to go. We'll do this in order. There's a method to our madness. So. Okay. Is Valerie present? Oh, there she is.
They want me to speak in the microphone in front as well, so people on Zoom can hear.
Okay. Oh, okay. Was Ryan clear enough when he was up there?
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, here. Okay. So we'll go to Zoom because the applicant or their agent is present. And that's Valerie Patel. Okay, Valerie. Anytime you're ready, we're ready. And Valerie, we can't hear you. No, still can't. Valerie, apparently you're routing your audio through somewhere else. And we will check to make sure we're good at this end. Mayor Bailey, can you say greetings? I just want to see if we can hear you. Oh, no, we can't hear you either. It may not be Valerie. What?
Yeah, and I can hear you quite clearly.
Try it again, Valerie.
What do you want me to try?
Oh, perfect. Okay, we can hear you now. It was our end, but we apologize. And Mayor Bailey, we could not hear you either, so thank you.
Okay, glad that's all clear.
It's growing pains. Okay, go ahead, Valerie.
Okay.
My apologies.
Good evening, everyone. As you all know, my name is Valerie, and I'm a planner working at Fontour International, representing Signum Wireless Tower's interest in a proposed telecommunication tower at 17 Ewer Avenue, also known as Canesville Fireball. I also have my colleagues Brendan and Lucas here with me tonight. So Fontour is a planning consultancy company that specializes in telecommunication towers, and we have been hired by Signum Wireless to oversee the planning process. So during this presentation, we hope to provide an overview of Signum and provide some more information about what wireless networks are. Additionally, we will be discussing the site specifics of the project as well as the status of the planning application and the site selection process. So Signum Wireless is a third-party tower builder in Canada. The benefit of a third-party tower builder is they provide the upfront capital costs and infrastructure, and they allow for all types of carriers to locate their services onto the tower. This avoids tower proliferation by eliminating competition that can happen between two providers of the same service. At this moment in time, we will have Brant Fire Services and Rogers both co-locating onto this proposed tower. And Rogers wants to deploy their 5G technology for this fall. We are also contacting other service providers if they would like to co-locate. Now to give some background information on wireless networks, a wireless network can be thought of as a series of interconnected parts with base stations and antennas working together to create a network. These base stations and antennas, when adequately placed, provide continuous wireless service across an area. However, these networks can only service a fixed number of calls and data requests. If there's an increased number of calls, for instance, the network's capacity is reduced to provide service to the closest signals. To solve these problems and provide adequate telecommunication services, these gaps need to be filled by constructing new towers. On the screen, it shows the same image with coverage areas made smaller to show the reduction in network capacity and the new towers, which are placed to fill the sudden gaps of coverage. Some purposes of telecom towers include providing EMS service, fire and police service reception, voice and data, internet service, internet streaming, and for business needs, as an increasing number of people are working from home. To provide all these services, each carrier must have their own antenna equipment. Third-party towers also have the capacity to co-locate for wireless internet service providers, IoT services, fiber, and radio. So in this application, Signum is proposing to build a 60-meter steel self-support style telecommunication tower at Canesville Fire Hall. A formal application was submitted to the county, and we are currently in the second process of the public consultation phase. I would also like to mention that telecommunication towers are federally regulated, but we are trying to follow the County of Grant telecommunication protocol as closely as possible. To get a better idea, here is a photo simulation of the proposed tower from Shaver Street facing north. Though we try to be as accurate as possible, perspective and distance from the location plays a large role. This is just a close approximation of what it would look like post-construction. And here's another photo simulation from Shaver Street looking slightly northwest towards the tower. And this is the fire hall that has already been constructed, but because it's been built so recently, it does not show up on Google Earth view. So currently, if you look at the existing infrastructure in the area, right beside our property here, there is a water tower where ExploreNet is currently co-located. And there is a Freedom Tower just across the street at 40 Ewer Avenue, which is about 30 meters tall. Though it's in our range, the tower height is insufficient for our carriers. So Safety Code 6 is maintained by Health Canada and is the standard that governs the limits of human exposure to electromagnetic fields for any broadcasting endeavor in Canada. It was first published in 1979 and consistently revised. It has been revised last in 2015, and it sets the RF exposure limits and they are consistent with science-based limits used in other parts of the world. The Safety Code 6 limit that has been chosen is already 50 times lower than the threshold for any adverse health effects. These limits are set well below the levels of all known effects and provide protection for all age groups. Thank you for listening to our presentation, and we'd be happy to take any questions now.
Okay, thank you, Valerie. I will turn this over to the committee. Is there any questions for the applicant's agent at this time? Okay, seeing none, I will ask one question. Valerie, you deal with multiple municipalities, I'm sure. In the County of Brant, we have a telecommunications protocol where we would like to see those towers at least 3 times the height away from the nearest residence. Is that a fairly standard distance in other municipalities from your experience?
It really varies per municipality. Some municipalities don't have a protocol. Sometimes it's just preference from planning staff, but there is usually a setback from residential that is preferred by municipalities.
Okay, so you're saying it varies then, is what my understanding. Okay, thank you. If I don't see any questions from the members, I will open this part of the meeting up to the public, and I'll ask if there's anybody from the public that would like to speak to this application. Okay, so what I'm gonna ask you, and just, we're gonna go through this slowly, but when anybody's coming up from the public, I'm gonna ask that you come up to the podium and use the mic. Because we need to hear you clearly, and don't forget, we are Zooming this, and people who watch this later or sitting at home watching this, they need to have the mic on in order to hear you. So can I get you guys to come up over here and go around that way? And I'm just going to demonstrate, as our IT expert has told us, there's a button here. So if you press it, it'll go from red to green. So green means that it's on. So just make sure it's on, okay? So all I need you to do is just give your name and address for the clerk. She'll put that in the public record, and then proceed, okay? Thank you.
I'm Martin Van Sloan, 12 Horner Street, Brantford, Ontario. We own Butcher and Restaurant Supply in Canesville, and I have a signed agreement for the telecommunication tower, but the tower is supposed to go behind Butcher and Restaurant Supplies.
Okay, Martin.
You have the wrong location for the tower.
Okay. Okay, so maybe my understanding is that it's possible that there was an agreement, but unfortunately, that's not being discussed tonight, if that makes sense. That would be between Signum and you guys.
But the property that is being your property has my name on it, supposedly, according to the letter that we received.
Okay, that
You do it under Teresa Van Sloan.
That's my property.
There is a mistake made on the.
Okay, then that doesn't help. My understanding that was done in error. There was an error on the mapping. But okay, so my understanding is, anyways, that's not part of our discussion tonight. That's gonna have to be taken up, like, with you guys and the owners of the tower.
And Signum. Yeah, but this tower that's not where the tower is going behind Butcher and Restaurant Supply. I made a deal with them, so the location is wrong. There is a mistake made somewhere.
Okay. We appreciate you telling us that, but, okay. Anything else, Ed?
No,
Is there anybody else from the
I mean, you can pay me for the tower, but if it's on somebody else's property, you're not going to pay me, I don't think.
And again, we would leave that up to the owners of the tower, so. Okay, thank you, Martin.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask, is there anyone else from the public that wishes to speak to this application? And I'll ask a third time if there's anyone else that wishes to speak to this application. And Briar, do you have anybody on Zoom that wants to speak, chime in? Okay, so seeing as there's nobody else responded to that request, I'll close this part of the meeting off to the public, and I'll bring it back to the committee and ask how the committee would like to deal with it. Councillor Wheat?
Move to receive as information.
Okay, Councillor Gatward?
I'll second it, but
Go ahead, yeah.
I just wanted to ask, Mr. Chairman, if the delegation could speak to what was mentioned by the last delegation at the podium.
You mean the applicant?
Yeah, the applicant.
Yeah, okay. No, simply because that's not a matter for planning, so we're not going to delve into it. You're free to talk to the agent afterwards, but
All right.
there was, like I say, we're dealing with the planning of it, not with the ownership of the tower, or who they're paying for that, so. Okay, we have the motion in front of us to receive for information, moved and seconded. I'm gonna call the question, all in favor? Opposed? None? Okay. That'll bring us up to 8.1. So 8.1 and 8.2 are actual recommendations regarding two previous tower locations that we have seen previously before this committee. The first one, 8.1, is at 1289 Highway 4, and Dan is the planner on that one, so he will present, and then we'll go to the applicant after that. Dan, whenever you're ready. Well, Mayor Bailey, you might have to speak up if you've got anything. I'm not looking at the screen all the time, so my apologies.
I'll speak up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you alluded to, this is another cell tower application where staff are looking for or proposing a recommendation where a decision from the committee will be made this evening. This tower is located at 1289 Highway 54, and the property owner is Blaindale Farms. And again, the report included in the agenda does include a recommendation that both confirms that the public consultation process with the county and with the public has been completed, and the recommendation also confirms that the tower location in relation to residential land uses as it relates to the tower height, again being 3 times the tower height, that this does not meet the preferred location guideline as outlined in the County of Brant Tower Protocol. So the subject lands are identified in red on your screen on the south side of Highway 54, identified in red. The total frontage of the property is 112 meters with an area of 2.1 hectares. The official plan designates the subject lands as agricultural in the off-white color and the natural heritage area in the green. And our zoning bylaw identifies the subject lands as zoned agricultural with natural heritage in green as well. So the proposal is a telecommunications tower consisting of a steel lattice tripole tower, 90 meters in height, surrounded by a fenced-in compound of approximately 25 by 25 meters. The applicants have provided a site selection report with a site plan identifying the location of the tower. Up to this point, the consultation with the municipality and the members of the public has included a public information session back in January where public comments were received, voicing questions or concerns. We also had an information meeting at the Planning and Development Committee back in April. And just a summary of some of those public comments that were received: visual impact, the proposed location justification, so why this location, and any lighting or health and safety concerns, and the impact that this tower would have on cell and internet service. So just going back to this screen here, the red X on the screen identifies the proposed tower location. 3 times the tower height is 270 meters, which is the circle identified in blue. Our County of Brant protocol prefers that the tower be located 270 meters from the nearest dwelling on a separate lot, and the yellow dash circle identifies the provided distance or proposed distance to that nearest dwelling on a separate lot being approximately 160 meters. So that concludes my presentation. Again, the staff recommendation does confirm that an adequate public consultation process has been completed with the county and with the public. And again, just confirming that based on review of the tower location in relation to our preferred location guidelines as outlined in the protocol, that this location does not meet those preferred location guidelines. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Dan. I'll look at the committee to see if anybody has any questions for the planner. Mark, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Dan. Sorry, I just watched that. Okay. Through you to Dan, I just wanted to confirm, it was mentioned in the previous presentation, not about this, about the federal component. So if we approve this recommendation from staff, it's simply saying that they did do some consultation with the community. but that it's actually still not in accordance with our preferences. But we don't get to decide one way or the other if the tower's happening. That'll be on the federal level, but just that it doesn't follow our preferences as a community.
Through Mr. Chair, that is correct.
And if I can ask one follow-up, what's the federal portion of this? Like, is there, if anybody in the public has an issue, is it contact your MP, or is it something beyond that?
Through Mr. Chair, that's a great question. I'll have to ask the applicants to maybe provide that responses. I don't have that experience dealing with the applications past this stage.
Thank you.
We will ask the applicant. Any other questions for the planner at this time? Okay, seeing none, I guess we'll call back Ms. Patel if she would like to. Valerie, you want to do a presentation on this one?
Sure. Do you also want me to answer the question
Yeah,
about
you do it
the
in the order.
process?
Yep, you can do it in any
Okay.
order.
So there is an ISED email that can be contacted if someone wants to oppose this on our end. If the county decides to provide a non-concurrence, we would go through the ISED process for approval. If there's anything else, my coworker can maybe add on, but that's all I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you, Valerie. Do you have a presentation, or do you want to go to Brendan first?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I was just going to say that Valerie hit the nail on the head there, and that would be the process after if the County of Brant gave a non-concurrence for this site.
Okay, thank you. Valerie, do you have a presentation did you want to go through for this one?
Yes, it'll be a quick one. I'll just share my screen.
Sure. And it's up. Your screen's up now.
Can everyone see that?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll skip the introduction slide. So just as a refresher, in this application, Bell is proposing a 90-meter lattice tripole telecommunication tower. Here are just some photo simulations showing the proposed tower from Brant County Highway 54 looking south towards the tower. This property was mainly chosen because there are already existing operations with silos on the property and the trees also. Here's another photo simulation of the proposed tower from a slightly different view. And this is a location map to give you a better idea of where the tower will be located in comparison to existing towers. As you can see, there is a big coverage gap. The Rogers Towers are 5 kilometers and 8.6 kilometers away, and the Bell Towers from the left side to the right are 6.4 kilometers, 8.2 and 8.6 kilometers away. And here is just a coverage plot of the existing coverage in the area for Bell and what the coverage that they're trying to achieve. We understand that telecommunication towers are certainly not the most attractive type of infrastructure, but at the end of the day, it does need to be built somewhere. And we really do try our best to follow the preferred guidelines set out in the County of Brant Telecom Plan, but we were unable to meet the residential setback this time around. As a refresher from the last meeting, Transport Canada has also determined that both day and night protection will be required. This is regulated at the federal level and is non-negotiable due to aeronautical safety reasons. Thank you for listening to our presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions now.
Okay, I appreciate that, Valerie. I'll look at the committee right now and see if anybody has any questions for the presenter. Okay, seeing none, what I'll do is I'll open this part of the meeting up to the public and see if there's anyone from the public that wishes to speak to this. Okay, seeing none, I'll ask a second time if there's anyone from the public that wishes to speak to this. And I'll ask a third time if there's anyone from the public that wishes to speak to this application. Briar, do we have anyone on Zoom? Okay, seeing none, I'll close this part of the meeting off to the to the public. I'll bring it back to the committee. And I'm gonna ask the committee how they would like to deal with this. I'll go to Councillor Coleman. Go ahead.
I'll move the recommendation.
Okay. Do we have a seconder to get it on the floor? Councillor Wheat. Discussion, questions, comments? Go ahead, Brian.
And that's why I moved the recommendation, is that why Bell did not consider moving us down on Mulligan Road, where there's nobody that lives. Nobody that could interfere within the three times the 90-meter height of whatnot, and it's open space. So that's my reasoning why I'm supporting the recommendation, is that we deny it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions?
Just a reminder about our microphones. I don't know how many people might have caught that at home.
Oh, I apologize. Yes, I was admonished myself. Make sure you have your microphones on, okay? And I don't notice because you're a loud fellow to begin with, so that's why I thought I did think you had it on, but I guess you're not loud enough to get out into the Zoom world. So okay, so make sure you have your mics on. Thank you, Mike. Any other comments or questions? Go ahead, Councillor Chambers.
I'm just wondering, Mr. Chairman, if as part of the recommendation, we might be able to incorporate a suggested alternative to be looked at, as Councillor Coleman suggested, as part of the recommendation. And if he would move that as an amendment, I would be happy to second it.
Can we make that a friendly amendment and we won't go through? Okay. We'll put that as part of the motion if Councillor Wheat's okay with that? Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you. And
Yes, absolutely, but you've got a seconder in Councillor Chambers.
okay. And I think it's a great amendment simply for the fact that and we've done it before. So any comments or we'll put that as part of it then. Okay. Any further comments or questions then on the motion as amended with the friendly amendment? Okay, seeing none, I will call the question. All in favor? Okay, opposed? None? So to you, Valerie, just letting you know that this will go to our council meeting at the end of this month for final confirmation. But what we're saying is, okay, we don't think it quite meets our protocol, but we would really encourage you to maybe have another go at it. And if you stick around for the next one, we'll see how that turns out. Okay, so I appreciate you coming out. And I should.
Sorry, I couldn't hear the first speaker. There was something with the mic.
Oh.
The first person who spoke after I finished presenting.
Yeah, he did not have his mic on, and we've corrected that. But what he's saying is, we know we're in need of the service. We're just wondering, maybe if you thought of other locations, such as maybe down Mulligan Road, where there's no residences down that. So what we're asking is maybe you can have a look at that.
Would it be sufficient enough if I provided a list of all the properties that we looked at, the reasoning why we didn't choose them, sort of exhausting our options? Would that be helpful for council?
Yeah, Valerie, what I would suggest, write a letter to us, to the clerk, please, and include that for our council meeting at the end of this month, which is when, right? Sorry to put you on the spot. June 21st, okay? Yeah. Or sorry, June 28th. That's the fourth Tuesday of the month, June 28th, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for coming up. Okay, okay, we're learning as we go. This will bring us to item 8.2. Again, there's a recommendation on another cell phone tower. This one is at 447 Baptist Church Road. Again, this one has been before this committee already. So Dan, I'll give it to you to take away, and we'll watch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I trust Gary's going to throw my presentation up on the screen. Perfect, thank you. So this is as you mentioned, another telecommunications tower for 447 Baptist Church Road. And once again, this recommendation includes wording that confirms the public process has taken place, and that this tower does not meet the preferred location guidelines as outlined in the Communications Tower Protocol. So the subject lands are located on the south side of Baptist Church Road, east or west of Highway 22. The area of the subject lands is approximately 2.1 hectares in size and consists of a single detached dwelling and accessory structure. The subject lands are designated in the official plan as agricultural with a band of natural heritage through the property shown in green. This is also reflected in the zoning bylaw with the agricultural zone in white and the natural heritage in green. The proposal is a telecommunications tower proposing to establish a 65-meter tall steel self-supported lightning protected telecommunication structure situated in a 15 by 15 compound area surrounded by 1.5-meter chain link fence. The application since it was originally presented back to this committee back in December has been revised to include some additional landscaping around the chain link fence which surrounds the tower. This application, when it was submitted, the applicants, similar to the previous applications, provided a site selection report justifying the location of this tower, the site plan, and a letter of concurrence, or a request for a letter of concurrence from council. The timeline, just a quick summary, the application was submitted and circulated back in November 2021. We had a neighborhood meeting in December of 2021. The information meeting with this committee was in December as well, and this application was deferred at the February recommendation meeting in order to allow the applicants to explore alternative options for this tower location. As shown on your screen, we have an outer circle of 195 meters. This is the required distance based on 3 times the towered height. So again, that required distance to sensitive land uses, in this case being the nearest dwelling on a separate lot. The 125-meter dashed circle identifies the location of that existing dwelling that is located within the required or preferred setback. I'll also note that the tower is located within close proximity to a natural heritage feature. However, in this case, it is a floodplain due to a water course running through the property. Our environmental planner has confirmed that there's no negative impacts that are perceived to occur on that, and that the proposed location, being on the west side of that existing accessory structure, is appropriate. So again, the staff recommendation is shown on the screen, just confirming the public process had been completed and that this tower is not within the setback distances preferred for the tower to surrounding residential uses. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Dan. Any questions from the committee for Dan at this time, including the mayor? Any questions? Okay, seeing none, I will ask one question, Dan. Okay, Councilor Gammer, go ahead. I was just about to get mine out. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to our planner. Did the applicant give any reason why this has come back in the same location?
I'm sure our applicant can elaborate, but we did explore some alternative locations for this tower on this particular property, and any alternative location resulted in being located closer to that natural heritage feature. So it was the opinion of staff that it wasn't making the situation any better for that. So the applicants decided to move forward with the tower in the same location as originally proposed.
So did they look at other properties?
Through Mr. Chair, I believe that question would be best responded to by our applicants.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, she'll be, believe she's here this evening. Any other questions for the planner? So, my question to you then, Dan, given our protocol, you're recommending that it's not in accordance with the protocol that we've approved. But just to be clear, I mean, you could see this approved in other municipalities if they don't have that height restriction.
Yeah, I think through Mr. Chair, the thing that I've said before, when it's a different situation than a planning application, right? So, you know, these are not bylaws, these are not policies, these are like, you know, the wording is there. It's a preferred location as outlined in our protocol. That's preferred location based on council's direction. So these are the numbers that we have to work with. And so my job here is to coordinate the process and to provide that analysis, whether it meets or doesn't, and how it fits or doesn't fit.
Thank you, Dan. Okay, if I see no further questions, I will ask the agent, Tracy, if she's available, and she's zooming in. So Tracy, you go ahead, and if you got a presentation, you can start sharing.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I don't have a formal presentation, but I do want to add in some additional points. Land Square, on behalf of Shared Network Tower, does appreciate this opportunity that you've given us for the deferral to work with staff on the proposed revisions. We did take a look at several alternative locations on the site. Like the planner had mentioned, we looked at trying to go further back, but it required us to be closer to the floodplain area, which was not a preferred option. And we did look at surrounding area properties, including the abutting lands that is subject to the residential setback. That land owner was also approached. And it's a combination of finding a willing host and the perfect spot, like mentioned in the previous delegation, is that we try our best to find a spot that is in our best option. So the site that we did choose, we felt that it was important to keep the existing location, but add in some additional landscaping to help buffer between the property. There is only one impacted residential dwelling, 110 meters setback. The tower is located within an existing cluster of buildings, so kind of at a low pedestrian level, it will blend in with all the other buildings, plus the additional landscaping that has been added to help hide the compound and the infrastructure. We've provided an additional photo simulation from the angle of the abutting owner's property to administration as well, to show what that visual impact would look like. But the key and uniqueness about this site is that we're right beside an existing hydro corridor where the hydro towers are 100 meters height, and they're 5 times wider than a proposed telecommunication tower. So it really will blend in with the rural, area that has the other towers, and it's been designed to blend in with that Lattice proposal. We did present to the committee before that we are willing to reduce the height further from 65 meters to 60 meters if required. That would then make your preferred setback down from 195 meters to 180 meters. That's certainly something that we are willing based on your direction. So happy to answer any questions at the appropriate time.
Okay, I appreciate your presentation. Are there any questions from the committee for the agent? Okay, seeing none, I will ask one question to you, Tracy. Is there, and I can't remember or not, and that's what I got to ask, is there a light on this at the top?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this time, we are not aware of any requirements under NAV Canada or Transport Canada for a tower, but they ultimately have the final say. And once Industry Canada approval is considered after your consideration, then those applications will be finalized. So it is unknown, but we don't expect any tower lights because there aren't any tower lights on the hydro corridor.
Which are 35 meters taller. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, if I don't see any hands up, either on Zoom or around the table. I will open this part of the meeting up to the public, and I would like to know if there's anyone from the public that wishes to speak to this application. I see one hand up, so do you want to come up? And I'll ask that you give your name and address to the clerk, and then make sure you turn on the mic.
I checked for the green light. My name is Colleen Kelly. I live at 431 Baptist Church Road in Caledonia, and my husband Matthew is also here with me tonight. So, good evening, everybody. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you again. I'm here to talk to you about the proposed tower at 447 Baptist Church Road. We are the immediate neighbors that everybody has been discussing. I've already provided you with documentation today that I believe the clerk's office has given you, but what I wanted to address to you personally tonight was the concerns that were brought up at the February 1st meeting. In that meeting, the councillors from Ward 5 were very concerned about the lack of internet access for Onondaga Township. I completely understand that. We don't live very far from Onondaga. However, in our last meeting, we were told that the radius of coverage was 2.5 kilometers. Onondaga Township is over 8 kilometers from that proposed site. In fact, the proposed tower service will not even come close to reaching them. However, as you saw in the documentation that I included earlier today, the ongoing SWIFT ExploreNet project is expected to provide that coverage by the end of May 2023 through their broadband services. It was also discussed about the importance that farmers required internet access to run some of their tractors and field equipment. Again, I completely understand and support that. However, the 2.5 kilometer radius that the tower would cover has about 15 horse farms in it, but I do not believe there is a single working farm in that radius. 15 horse farms is a lot to live with, but we like it. Councillor Gatwick, you had also suggested amending the guidelines to be able to pass the proposal. As Tracy indicated, there wasn't much wiggle room. All they were able to do was to add some shrubs. The shrubs really don't help me. It's not on my property. It's on the applicant's property. However, we can see from the proposal that was previous at 1289 Highway 54 that even though it's roughly the same size property, there is a little bit more room to maneuver because the tower height is 90 meters as opposed to the 60 or 65 that is being proposed by Shared Tower. I think, and again, I see that the chair has asked that they reapply with amendments, that they may be able to accommodate the concerns that have been raised about coverage areas. And last, Councillor Lafaire, I'm in education too. I'm actually a librarian and I work with the district school board in Halton. And through COVID, I remember having to do all the Zoom meetings and the Zoom training and all that type of thing. But I can tell you, with the internet service that we had, I was able to do hour-long training presentations without glitches, without dropping out, without any interference at all. And I'm in Brant County and I'm projecting all the way over to Halton. So I have to assume that the immediate neighbors in my area would probably be having the same type of internet access already. With this in mind, I would like to suggest the alternative options be looked at, like Mulligan Road, or as Tracy mentioned in her presentation, the hydro towers that are behind us are not close. We would need a car to actually travel to those hydro towers. But I'm curious why that hydro was never approached to put a tower on their property. It seems to me that that would be a solution that would, if everybody is adamant about having it in this area, there is plenty of room on hydro in order to do a tower installation. My opinion, I feel that with what I presented to you today on paper and also here speaking, that the needs that we hope to meet as a county, Onondaga Township, for example, farmers' fields, they won't be met by this tower anyway. So it almost seems redundant to put this project in place when really the scope doesn't meet the needs of the county. I'm not sure if anybody has any questions about the information that I provided earlier today, or if you have any questions about what I presented now, But I definitely know that rural internet access is important. I live there, I understand that. But I really feel that with the SWIFT project, with the proposed bell tower, there are certainly other opportunities that would be better suited, that would not force us to compromise on the protocols that the council has already put in place. Any questions?
Great, thank you, Colleen. We're not asking questions of the public, but we
I
do
meant by
take
you, for
questions.
you.
We did get your information. We're taking any questions from anybody that has any, and we'll give them to the applicant. So, okay, thank you very much. I'll ask, again, if there's anyone else from the public that would like to speak to this application. Okay, I'll ask a third time if there's anyone from the public that would like to speak to this application. I don't see any hands up. And Briar, do we have anyone on Zoom? Okay, seeing none, we'll close this part of the meeting off to the public, and I will go to Tracy. In that, the public comments, I heard one question. Was Hydro approached about possibly locating the tower on their lands?
Thank you very much through you, Mr. Chair, to the committee. Yes, they were approached, and their response was is that they do not like to have towers on their property, that they want to maintain their site to be able to expand. They don't want to have any items or easements on their property that would restrict their businesses.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Okay, I'll bring it back to the committee, and I'd like to know how committee would like to handle this recommendation. Councilor Pierce.
Move the recommendation, Mr. Chair.
Okay, can we get a seconder to get that on the floor? Councilor Wheat, thank you. And I'll ask any comments, questions. Go ahead, Councilor LaFerrier.
So just to clarify, and I want to thank the delegate for her presentation. It was really well spoken and I think well received. So we're not voting, this moving the recommendation isn't voting to approve. It's actually saying that it doesn't meet our preferences. And that'll go to the federal government, which will again have to decide one way or the other.
Does not meet our protocol.
Okay, so it's, again, we're only allowed to advise, but we are advising that it doesn't fit our recommendations.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Now, does anyone have any comments or questions? Okay, seeing none, I will call the question. All in favor of the recommendation? Hold your hands up high. All opposed? Okay, motion passed. Again, I don't see her there, but Tracy, this goes to our council meeting on June 28th. So that concludes the telecommunication tower portion of the planning meeting this evening. Now we're going on to public hearings under the Planning Act. And there are 1, 2, 3. The next 4 applications we're going to hear tonight are simply for information. So to anyone that is want to speak to these, please understand that we are not making a decision tonight, but we are hearing these for the first time, and we're looking for as much information for our planners we can get. So the first one this evening is 9.1, so it'll be 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, and 9.4. And the first one is 23 Beverly Street in St. George, and Ryan Cummins is the planner on that. So Ryan, whenever you're ready, you can start your presentation.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Again, this is with respect to application ZBA 322 RC, MHBC planning on behalf of Greentown Cider Park GP Inc., 23 Beverly Street East in St. George. And again, as you alluded to, Mr. Chair, this item is to be received for information purposes only this evening. The subject lands are located on the north side of Beverly Street East in St. George. Subject lands have a frontage of approximately 24.8 meters or 81 feet fronting onto Beverly Street East, and an area of approximately 1.9 hectares or 4.69 acres. The lands currently house a larger industrial building on the site, as well as an undeveloped area to the north. The subject lands are designated in the County of Brant Official Plan 2012 as urban residential. Predominant land use within the urban residential designation shall be for a range of residential uses, as well as limited neighborhood commercial and institutional uses being permitted. The lands are currently zoned special exception prestige industrial M1-10, and the applicant is proposing to rezone the subject lands to a special exception holding residential multiple density, medium density, HRM2 special exception zone. The applicant is proposing to redevelop the subject lands with a 77-unit townhouse development. The applicant's also proposing a reduced visitor parking provision of 0.19 spaces per unit, or 15 parking spaces, whereas 0.35 or approximately 27 units parking spaces would be required. A holding provision is also proposed to be applied to the subject lands, requiring a record of site condition, as well as the provision of sufficient sanitary capacity to service the lands. A record of site condition is typically required when you're converting industrial lands for residential or other sensitive land uses. And here's an example of a concept plan for potential future development of the subject lands. As you might imagine, and I'd imagine quite a few folks here are here to hear about this application, the county has fielded quite a few inquiries from members of the public. And so as a result of this meeting tonight, we'll certainly take back any comments or questions we get from members of the public or council. And then we'll be preparing a staff report, and we'll be bringing this forward at a later date for a formal recommendation. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. Is there any questions from the committee, either in person or on Zoom, for Ryan at this time? Okay, we'll start. We'll go with Councillor Ferrier first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Ryan. Just hoping that we've had a number of applicants for development in Paris that have come forward about parking, and normally they're coming to us now with saying they will do more parking than required, not half of the parking that is required. When the report comes from staff, can a focus be put on that piece? Because again, we've had really good success lately, the last 2 years, with developers coming saying we're going to provide additional parking, and we've said no to some really big potential developments about them not wanting to follow parking guidelines. So can that be something that's really thoroughly addressed within the report that comes to council whenever this comes back?
To you, Mr. Chair. Yes, of course, and as a staff, we're very aware of parking in these private condominium developments, or what likely will become a condominium, is of particular concern. And I think I'd like to note also that we're in the preliminary review of this application. I think we just received it a little over a month ago, so we'll be working with the developer to try and address some of these comments and concerns. My preliminary thoughts are I don't see why they couldn't accommodate enough parking on this site, and we'd like to certainly see them do that. But I'd imagine they'd like to speak to that tonight as well. Thank you.
And if I can follow up, Mr. Chair? And in addition to that, and this is something we've brought up a few times, and from my own experience when I lived on Willow, also, can we get clarification within the report about the size of the garages? Because, Dan Namziak, one of our planners, knows this from when he lived there as well. When they have a garage, but the garage is only built for a PT Cruiser or a sedan and not a truck, and people have trucks and vans and they can't fit their trucks and vans in the garages, garages are already things that sometimes don't become parking. And then when you can't fit your vehicles in there, they definitely don't become parking. So just to make sure that they're like 1.5 time garages, or at least we need to know what the size of the garage is, if it'll actually be practically able to be used as parking, because that's another factor to deal with.
Okay, size of garages, make a note. Councillor House is good. Okay. Any other questions for Ryan at this time? Councillor Gower.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you too. Ryan, the number of parking spots for each unit, is there 2 or 3?
Joan, I'll just get you to speak into the mic. To you, Mr. Chair, the requirement is for 2 spaces per unit.
The requirement is 2 spaces?
And then visitor parking within the zoning bylaw, section 5 for parking requirements stipulates an additional 0.35 spaces per unit for these type of condo developments, above and beyond what they're provided for each unit.
Thank you.
Okay, any other? Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to Ryan. Can you confirm that this development was included in our assessment of the demands for water treatment that has led to the design parameters for the new water treatment plant?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is of particular interest to me in my review of this application and also in consultation with our operations department. And I will be confirming that when we come forward with a formal recommendation. As many of us are aware, servicing constraints in St. George are of particular interest to everybody. And as you'll see for another application this evening, we're looking at this holistically in St. George as a whole. So I'll certainly be looking into that. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, I don't see any hands up around the table or on Zoom, so, okay. Thank you, Ryan. And we'll go to the applicant if they are here. Are they on Zoom? Oh, Dan, come forward, please. And Dan, when you start, I'll just get you to give your name and the company you work for, please.
Trevor Hawkins from MHBC Planning, representing the owner of the property, Cider Park Limited Partnership. Thank you to committee for hosting us this evening. We're excited about presenting this information to the community and hearing what the community has to say as well as what staff has to say. This rendering is an example of the townhomes that would be proposed for the lands. They, as you can see, would have their own individual garage, and we haven't gone into the level of detail to explore the exact size of the garage, but we'll take away that comment to make sure that, an average size, larger than average size perhaps vehicle can fit in there, and certainly the driveways would be deep enough to accommodate an F-150, for example. The townhomes are all 2 stories, as you can see from this image, and they would all be accessed from the internal road. Just gonna This isn't the most intuitive PDF thing I've ever seen in my life, but yeah.
It is not very intuitive at all. I would just scroll, sorry.
Scroll with the
Yeah,
bar?
yeah.
2?
Yep, 2 hand.
We're all getting used to new tech. I was so used to Zoom and all the things working from my house, and here I come to the chamber and I have to use 2 fingers and Zoom properly. So bear with me, hopefully. Sorry, folks. So this is an aerial image of the subject land. So as those who are familiar with St. George would know, they are currently developed with an industrial building that has a driveway access from Beverly Street, and the building, if you were to walk along Beverly Street, you almost couldn't see the building. It's set back in there, accessed by that driveway, but it has a large disturbed area at the front where vehicles come and go and park, and then it has an area at the back that hasn't been developed yet. And then around the property there are, for all intents and purposes, low-rise residential dwellings, either on Reed Street, which have deeper lots that back onto this, or on Southampton or Sunnyside, which are newer and have smaller lots that back onto it. This image gives us a bit of a broader view of the community and shows a 5-minute walking radius of the property and where you can get to in St. George. So you can get to the commercial areas, you can get to several parks, as well as recreational facilities. So you would exit this property using the internal sidewalk network, and then you would make your way out to Beverly Street and then head into town, hopefully as much as possible without using your vehicle. That's very fast. There we go. So this shows us the site plan. As Ryan alluded to, the intent is to demolish the existing buildings on the property and redevelop the lands with a residential use. In total, 77 townhomes are proposed, and we've seen the image. They're two-story townhomes. They'd be accessed through this internal driveway, a private road network. There is a common amenity area planned in the corner for the residents. Each of the residents would also have their own backyard. And then there would be visitor parking, generally in this location, so, spots in this location, and then a number of spots along the entryway into the site. So we've left the entryway similar to the way it is today, in that there's no built form because of the narrowness of the entryway, and we focus the development on the wider portions of the site, much as it is and exists today. So the visitor parking would be separate from each individual home, which would have a garage and a driveway to accommodate 2 vehicles. So this is an image of the proposed development. So we talked about the garages. I'm just trying to scroll down a little bit. This is very, I warn whoever comes up here after me for their presentations that this is very sensitive. The developer of these townhomes is Greentown Developments, and Greentown Developments has done a number of projects in Cambridge, not too far away from St. George. And the one in the bottom left of this image is an example of a condominium townhouse development they developed and have since sold in Cambridge, in the Galt area of Cambridge. So they are familiar and have built before this type of a housing product. They know that there's a lot of demand for those who like a low-rise residential lifestyle, but they don't perhaps want all the expense or the maintenance or whatever comes with a single detached dwelling. So it's another opportunity for those who want to move into St. George, something a little bit different, a different type of housing product that would allow them to enter and live in the community and participate in everything that goes on in St. George. Ryan sort of touched a little bit on the official plan. So these lands in the current official plan are designated, they're within the St. George primary urban settlement area, which is sort of a focus of growth for the county having 2 fully serviced areas in Paris and St. George, both being primary areas for new growth. This property is designated, although it is currently used as an industrial use, it's designated urban residential, and it's within the built boundary. So that's the boundary that the county established in their official plan to sort of draw a line around areas of the community that were already developed at that time. So this property, of course, being developed was included within that built boundary. There are a number of policies that go with being in a settlement area and being in a built boundary, where certainly at the provincial level and then into the county's official plan, there's encouragement and opportunities where they want to explore redevelopment or context-sensitive intensification in areas like this. And so within the urban residential designation, there's a number of residential housing types that are permitted, including a townhome, as well as other low and other multiple unit type forms of development. And then the official plan also has criteria which we wanted to consider and had to consider when you look at an existing property and you're redeveloping it or you're intensifying it. The official plan has criteria within that are to be considered as you sort of go through them to make sure that what you're proposing is a good fit. So we, in our planning report, have gone through all of those criteria, and we think the townhomes in this location are an appropriate type of redevelopment and intensification. In terms of the zoning bylaw, they're zoned obviously prestige industrial, reflecting the existing use of the lands as opposed to the new use of the lands. The rezoning application would rezone them to a residential zone. It's called the Residential Multiple Medium Density Zone, RM2, and that permits townhomes, and that's the purpose of choosing that particular zone. In terms of site-specific regulations, the development meets all of the regulations, all of the setbacks, as well as all the other performance standards, except for visitor parking. So the bylaw would require not only the 2 spaces for the house, for each house, but another 27 spaces for visitors, and our request is to reduce that to 15. Otherwise, the only other site-specific regulation relates to proposing a holding provision, and what a holding provision is that sort of allows you to establish the land use on the property, in this case residential, but it sort of lists technical matters that you have to satisfy before you can go and build the building that you're proposing to do. So in this case, as Ryan noted, a record of site condition is one of those requirements. When you go from an industrial use to a residential use, you have to do an evaluation to make sure it's not contaminated, and if it is, you clean it up, and then you go through the province and you get a record of site condition. So we're proposing that we would do that. And then the other, of course, as Ryan also noted, relates to servicing capacity. So a tool that municipalities can use is to put a holding provision on a property, and then they can lift the holding provision when there's capacity available to permit their or propose their development.
Trevor, one minute left.
Yep, I'm done. So just bringing it to conclusion, we looked at the provincial policy statement, the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe. Both of those provincial documents encourage intensification within a settlement area like this and within the built boundary where this property is located. It conforms to the official plan. These lands are already planned for residential uses, including townhomes, and we've proposed some site-specific regulations that we feel are appropriate for this property. The low-rise residential built form, two-story townhomes, is compatible with the residential development in the area. And then the lands have direct access onto one of the main streets in the community with sidewalks that provide pedestrian access and then opportunities to cycle to many of the community amenities in the area. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. I'll go to the committee now and see if there's any questions for you at this time. Okay, we'll start on the left this time. Go with Councillor Gatward. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the delegation. In one of the letters that were sent to the county, a resident on Southampton Street wanted to ensure that the trees at the rear of the property were not disturbed and that they would be left there as a good buffer. And can you assure us that those trees will be kept and looked after?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's an excellent question. So we've done a preliminary tree management plan. So we've had an arborist go out and look at all the trees. And our goal all along was to keep as many of those trees as possible. And I think we'll continue to work with county staff. Obviously, that level of detail gets into the site plan process, but our objective is to, where trees have to come down because of a grading or a technical engineering matter, that we would replace those trees with new trees, and we would certainly work with the county, and if there's members of the community that want to express particular interest through staff as to what types of trees we can work with them in that regard. We're not looking to take down trees on anybody else's property, of course.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gatward. Okay, Councillor Pierce, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the delegation. We've heard it a couple times tonight, and I'd like to hear your perspective on why you would come to us and ask us to, knowing full well that we have 77 units here and you're asking to go down to 15 visitor parking spots. If I look at the map, like when I look at this whole project, I think it's a good spot, it's a good infill spot, a good use of the land. I appreciate that, but to me, the biggest hurdle that I can't get over is you're talking 15 visitor parking spots. So if you've got one of these units of 3, that would probably be the equivalent of the 12 parking spots that you're trying to reduce by. So that makes me think that you're out to get as many in here as you can. Well, unfortunately, that's not going to work around this horseshoe. We've got nothing but problems with traffic and parking and residents parking on the street because nobody has one car anymore, nobody has 2 cars anymore, and unfortunately nobody parks in their garages anymore. So I'm trying to understand what the mindset was to come in here and ask for 50% pretty much reduction in the parking spots.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll certainly take away that comment and look for ways to accommodate more visitor parking. I think there were certain areas of the site where we wanted to preserve trees, particularly at the front. There are some treed areas at the front on the driveway. I mean, they do on the surface, when you look at the plan, they look like areas where you can add more parking, and we'll see if we can, but we want to balance that with retaining some of the vegetation. So we'll look at other areas in other spots where we can add some more visitor parking.
Okay, and I appreciate that answer, but as I say, I think right now you have a 77 units here. I think if you went to 74 units, then that would accommodate the extra parking that would be required in that front one there. But thank you.
Okay, I need some hands up. I know we had some up earlier on this side. Go ahead, Councilor House.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, but Councilor Pierce basically hit the same question I was going to ask. I was looking at it from a percentage standpoint. 15 out of 77 is just below 20%, and I'm picturing Mother's Day weekend, Easter weekend, Thanksgiving weekend. You know, if you know, more than 20% of these units can have visitors, and then it's our phones that ring when people are finding that the planning wasn't done on the front end. So, but Councilor Pierce basically asked your rationale, and I think you got the point. So, thank you.
Okay, Councilor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Trevor. Can you say a little bit more about garbage pickup and snow removal? It's been a question asked by one of the residents.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we haven't certainly got into specifics in terms of garbage removal, but we're trying to propose them in an area that would afford us the best screening opportunity from Beverly Street, as well as from neighboring properties. So the truck would come in and pick up the garbage, circle around and leave. That would be the sort of the route they would take. Snow removal we've accounted for at this point conceptually on the one side of the driveway. So private plowing as well in that case.
Thank you. Follow-up, if I may, Mr. Chair. So going back to garbage removal, are you proposing a private garbage collection, not a county garbage collection?
Private, yes, sir. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilor McAlpine, you had your hand up?
Yeah, no, just in addition to the parking issue and the cedars, there's also live springs on that property, and I was just wondering if you've thought about how you can mitigate the problems that could cause to the condo owners.
Through you, Mr. Chair, so we do have an engineering firm engaged. They've done a preliminary stormwater management and grading plan. I think we'll take away that comment and make sure that that's thoroughly reviewed. And when the time comes for more detailed engineering, we'll make sure that certainly the stormwater will be entirely maintained and managed on site. There won't be stormwater going to neighboring properties. In terms of the underlying stream, I'll take away that comment and make sure that our engineering firm addresses it, and we can touch base with Ryan to make sure it's been appropriately addressed.
Hey, Councilor Wheat.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the presenter. What I'm really looking for from you, and it's going to be difficult for you to answer this tonight, but what I would really like is a commitment from your company as a planner to you've probably seen the package. There's lots of comments from the residents. You've seen comments from around the horseshoe here tonight. Is a willingness to work with the residents and staff and council to try and satisfy as many of the concerns as you possibly can. I'd like to be clear too on the H. I'm familiar with it. Maybe some people in the room aren't quite familiar with it, but a holding provision means it's not going forward until all the concerns are satisfied, particularly sanitary sewer capacity. And you and I both know that that's not going to be satisfied tomorrow. It's not going to be satisfied next week or next month either. That's a long time off. But you've got lots of time, in my opinion, to work with staff, work with the neighborhood to try and mitigate as many of the concerns as you possibly can. I understand it'll be difficult to satisfy them all, but attempt to satisfy as many as you possibly can. And I'm looking forward to commitment. I'm going to put you on the spot, unfortunately, to say, yes, we're willing to work with the municipality, both residents, staff, and council, to try and satisfy as many concerns as we possibly can. And we haven't experienced this in St. George yet, but I look at my fellow councilors here from the community of Paris, and we're all one. We're the county of Brant. It's not Paris and it's not St. George. We're the county. And I've been here to hear the concerns from the Paris residents about parking in this type of development. And I would like you to really commit to taking a very serious look at parking, because people don't park in their garage anymore. They don't. And I walk a lot in the community. Maybe some of the people sitting in this room have seen me walking around, and they don't. When the garage door is open, it's full of bicycles, barbecues, lawnmowers, and various other equipment that is essential to the house. But the car or the vehicle is not in there. There's a couple of in the driveway, maybe on a couple of spots, particularly up on Southampton. They've even got one out on the street too, because they've got 3. And that's unfortunate, but there's 3 or 4 people living in the house and everybody needs their own vehicle. I know what it's like. I have grandchildren. Like a granddaughter has to have her own car, and she parks on the street because mom and dad's garage is full of everything else. So I'd like you to commit to that, because we're not going to stop this development. You know that, and I know that. Most residents don't. But commit to working with the residents in the area and the community to try and resolve as many concerns as you possibly can, and I'll thank you in advance for doing that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I could just respond. Certainly, we, MHBC as a firm always values public input, and we always like to work with neighbors. And I know Greentown, some of the owners of Greentown are here this evening, and some of them are listening via Zoom. And I know Greentown is certainly invested in creating good neighbors. Good neighbors make good neighbors, and we would like to, I didn't have a chance to read all the comments because they came in so late before the meeting. I did read a couple of them. But if, we would work with staff to set up a meeting. If there's some of the residents in particular that want to come in and meet with us, we could meet on the site. We could meet here at the county office and understand their concerns with the plans in front of us and see if we can find some solutions.
Okay. You good, Councilor Wheat? Okay. We'll go to Mayor David Bailey.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the delegation. I don't think when you heard from Councilor Pierce, maybe you understood, we don't want you to revisit the parking at the cost of the trees that you've already mentioned as beautifully placed at the back end of the residence that faces Beverly Street. So we do want you to solve the problem of parking, that's for sure. It's not reasonable what you've asked for, and it's certainly not something we're going to look a blind eye to. So please don't take back that we've asked you to revisit the parking at the cost of the trees. And I think you said there was a treed area that we can take a second look at. We haven't asked you to take a second look at the trees. We've asked you to solve the parking issues. So just as long as you're clear on that. Thank you.
Okay, not a question, but kind of direction. Okay, Councilor Pierce, you want to add on that?
Not add on that, Mr. Chair, but if I could, for clarification to something Councilor Bellet asked in discussing the snow removal. Did I hear you correctly saying that you were going to put it on one side of the street? Can you just confirm that for snow removal, the plan is to just push it to the one side?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to be cautious about the level of detail that we're getting into at this point. Conceptually, we've tried to create space on the site for snow storage so that the plow would plow it and it would be contained and managed as part of the stormwater management approach for the whole site.
Okay, so thank you for that. Sorry, it's on site.
On site.
I thought originally you'd said on the side.
Not off site.
Okay,
Yep.
okay, I appreciate that clarification.
Yep.
Thank you.
A T or a D? Okay. Any other questions for the applicant at this time from the committee? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to ask you a couple questions there, Trevor. So it sounds like you have not had a public meeting yet, is that correct?
We have not.
Okay. I find that those work very well. It certainly dispels a lot of, I guess, rumors that can pop up. So I would encourage that, especially for a development of this size. And I understand it's still early in the process. Do we know if these are 2 or 3-story high buildings?
They're 2-story.
They're going to be 2-story. So maybe you don't know this, but I'm going to ask, if you went up, say, from 15 proposed visitor parking spaces to the 27 required, without giving up trees, how many of those townhouses would you need to pare it down?
That's something we'll be looking at when we leave this evening. I don't know the answer right away. I'd have to look at the plans in more detail.
And again, this is for information, so that's good. Okay, and then the last question, because I gotta ask you, you work for MHBC, yes?
I do.
Okay. And when I read this evening, the application is from Greentown Cider Park GP Inc., is that correct?
That's the owner of the lands, yes.
The owner of the land, okay. Because I did Google them, they never came up, so I'm not familiar with them at all.
There, if you Google Greentown Developments, you may get more success there.
Okay, I will do that then. Okay. Trevor, I'm going to ask you to have a seat, and we're going to hear from the public. And if there's some questions.
Probably the majority of this audience would like to know who to Google and repeat it slowly, and if you have to, spell it so they all understand that and they know where to go on your site.
Sure, the developer is Greentown, so green the color, town, all one word, Developments. So if you Google Greentown Developments, I'm looking, .com, there we go. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Trevor. And again, I'll have you have a seat. Okay, I mentioned this at the beginning of the meeting this evening, but I'll mention again because a few people have come in afterwards. But there are sign-up sheets at the back, and if there's a particular application you want to know what's going on, you want to be informed of, please sign up, and the planner who's looking after that file will include you in their mailing list, okay? So it's good for contact information. So at this part of this hearing, I'm going to open this up to the public, so I'm going to ask if anybody's interested to come forward. Hold on one second. There's a lot of people here this evening for this one, I think for a couple more, and we sincerely want to hear from everybody. Having said that, what I would ask is if there's a concern that's already been raised, I ask that you don't raise it again, but anything new you want to bring forward, okay? Again, this is just for information. They're getting plenty of questions about the parking and the trees, but like I say, we want to hear from everybody. We just don't want to hear the same issues raised over and over again. So if it's already been raised, that's good enough. But if you got something new to bring forward, I ask that you do come forward and bring it, okay? So, sir, you want to come up? And just a reminder to everybody, make sure that the green button is on when you're speaking, so not just we can hear you, but the people listening at home can hear you. And I would like also you to give your name and address to the clerk for the public record.
Good evening. My name is Ralph Paling, and my address is 27 Beverly Street East. We own, my wife and I, Darla Paling, we own the property directly in front of this proposed subdevelopment, and we have a few concerns that we'd like to raise. Obviously, parking has already been beaten to death, so I won't dwell on the numbers. But there are 2 points about the parking that I would like to bring up as well, and that has to do with the specific location of the majority of the parking on the laneway. If we go back and expand to the number of 27 units, that becomes a gathering area. And I am concerned, being that is directly beside our house, as to the noise that it's going to create late at night, car doors slamming, people having loud conversations, tailgate parties, that type of thing. We've already experienced this once in St. George, and I don't think any of us would like to have a repeat of this type of situation. The other concern with the parking along that area is that for non-residents, this becomes a public parking spot. They drive along Beverly Street, they see a row of 27 parking spots, I'm going to park there and I'm going to go do my shopping. So it obviously is going to be very evident from the highway, and we would recommend that they move it back within the subdivision where it's going to be easier and to service the people that live there, and break them up into smaller areas so that we don't have the problems that we might have. Along that same area, I'm going to move off on some of that, has to do with garbage. Proposed right now are garbage bins located along the laneway, and that borders on the northwest corner of our property, and I'm concerned about the smell. The garbage from 77 townhouses on a hot July day is going to be outrageous. And being a westerly predominant wind, that's going to blow strictly into our backyard and everybody that is to the east of us. So I would concern that again, like the parking, be moved into more of centrally located within the subdivision. Because if you're in the northeast corner and you have to haul your garbage all the way out to the road to get rid of garbage, first of all, you're going to throw it in your car, and that's going to be a mess as well. So, or curbside pickup. A development this size could easily handle a curbside pickup for garbage and would easily fill a truck. The other issue that was briefly raised has to do with drainage. We've been a resident here in St. George since 1983. And since that time, we've seen water spouts, actually where water bubbles up out of the ground. If you go to the northwest corner of our property after a heavy rain, you can see the groundwater seeping off of the parking lot and bubbling up out of the ground, and the west lawn that we have gets flooded. Now, when we bought the property in '83, H.D. Brown's owned the factory at the time. There was a small building. There was actually a pond located in the southeast corner of their property. The pond's gone, but all of the streams that were underneath that pond are still there. As a matter of fact, when I did an addition to my house, the way I leveled my foundation was I turned the pump off overnight and let the groundwater raise up to the point and drew the lines and leveled it from that. There is water running through the storm drainage on our property 24/7, 365 days a year. There's always water running through that area. So we're concerned that any development may affect what's going to happen to groundwater, surface runoff water, and especially in the wintertime with salt and the snow removal. So I'm hoping that they would look into do a properly independent assessment if possible, or if I'd be curious to see what the Grand River Conservation Authority has to say with that aspect. I know there's lots of people who want to talk tonight, so I'll try and get through this as quickly as I can. The design of the buildings, I was quite surprised when I saw the images of the townhouses that are projected. I don't believe there's anything in St. George similar to that style or architecture construction. This is a quaint rural village, and that's what draws a lot of people to the area. I think I would ask that if you look at some of the other private developments that have gone in, they've gone to single-story condo units, which fit into the landscape quite properly, and I would request that possibly they reconsider doing that. Especially in some of the areas, maybe it's a blend of both, because in some of the areas of the elevation, ours in particular, the row of townhouses that are directly behind our property, they're going to be looking directly into our backyard. So our privacy is long gone in our backyard if you don't mind having people stare at you from the rooms above. We feel that fewer single higher quality developments, whether townhouses or single family homes, can still provide a development that everybody in St. George would appreciate and would like to live in. Landscaping is brought up. Landscaping seems to be it's a very sensitive subject with the trees. I went through the arborist report, and I think there was something in the neighborhood of 100, 105, 110 trees on that report, and they recommended removing 90% of them. Now, I understand it's easier to wipe them all out, clear cut, have a clean scape for starting, and start over again. But I know back when Browns owned the property, when he built the factory, he came to me and he said, "Do you want a green belt or do you want a fence?" So Doug and I planted those trees that run across the back of our property. So when you drive down Beverly Street, all of those trees that are there, they were planted in 1984, 1985, and they were about 2 inches in diameter. Now, most of them are over 40 feet tall. So You can replace them, but you can't replace a 40-foot tree. It'll take another 40 years for those to mature. And I know if they approve the cutting of those trees, the day they do, I'll admit it, I'm gonna shed a tear or two, because I helped plant those trees. Trees they bring a lot, they break up the background, they provide oxygen, they provide sound barriers for everybody, they provide wildlife. If you look around that area, you've got squirrels, you've got rabbits, you've got foxes, you've got all kinds of wildlife that use those trees, not just little on the birds and that, so. So it's an emotional issue for everybody involved, and I'm sure I would just ask that you take another look and do what you can to protect the trees rather than just clear cutting. But I'm going to finish up with the...
Yeah, because you just have 1 minute left.
Okay, quality of your life. I know we can't stop development, but it needs to take a form that we can all live with. And over the next 5 years or 7 years or 10 years or however long this is going to take, the people that live around that are going to have to put up with the construction noise, going to have to put up with the dust and the dirt and everything that goes along with it. And all I ask in closing is that we treat each other with respect. We work together to develop a subdivision that everybody can be proud of. And if you look within the neighborhood of St. George, I think there's a few developments that have done an extremely good job, and I would ask that you do the same. So I'll close with that.
Okay, thank you, Ralph. I'll just make a note that anybody that has questions, and you asked a few that I made a note of, I'm going to ask the applicant to come up after everybody has spoken from the public and see if you can address some of those tonight. Some of them can be, some of them can't. At the same time, we're making notes on the comments as well. Is there anyone else in the public that wishes to come up and speak to some issues that haven't been raised yet? Okay, I'll ask David, are you coming up? Okay, so I'm going to ask you to give your name and address to the clerk, and keep in mind you have maximum of 10 minutes.
I don't need 10 minutes. Dave Thompson, presently representing 19 Beverly Street East, which we're in the process of reacquiring due to a tragedy in the family. I think that most of you here know that I probably know that area better than most. The history, the landscape, except for maybe Councillor Wheat. I got longevity in the town. The project beside the place, when Spilzak built all the houses that are on the side street there, that hill was artificially put in because they couldn't dig. If you're planning on putting basements in this project, you go 2 feet, 3 feet down, you're going to have a puddle, a pond. So there's not just springs under there. There's a huge springs under that property. And when you stand to lean against H.T. Brown's laneway, facing the west, and you look up at those houses, they're built on false ground. So this is something that I think the county and the staff really should look at. When you see, I'm not going to harp on the parking, that's been harped on enough. However, Councillor Wheat will require, or recall, not that long ago, him and then Councillor Booma came to the house when we were having a serious flooding problem off of that place. It was actually lifting my patio surrounds off and flooding them down to the street, okay? There's no way groundwater gets absorbed there, all right? We have old growth trees in front of the property at the edge there. I have pictures of the house from the 1940s. Those trees are there. These are heritage landscapes, and most of the properties on that area, if you read my letter, you will probably realize that they're all HA. They are a heritage area. That is a heritage area, and these houses, these townhouses, should conform to the area that's there. Normally when I get up here about development, it's like development bad, go away. You know, we've known for some time that proper development back there should go. This is a good infill project. It's just that when they come up front and they ask for 77 units, crowding as many in as they can, putting the garbage where they are, I've looked where they're proposed, at the end of the laneway, one of their proposed spots for putting the snow removal is. We have, at the back of that house, a dozen dead cedars from salty snow melting onto them. Okay, the salt snow kills trees. I couldn't plant cedar trees where the water runs down along the laneway. It killed the cedar trees because the ground's saturated with salt. The only thing that grows there is grass. So these are things that we need to keep in mind when we do this. But as far as putting 77 units in there, it's way too many to conform with, to do it properly. As I said, it should be a red flag that they're just trying to maximize the profit, and when they're gone out of town, the people are left behind, the neighbors, and it's the neighborhood that pays the price, the hassles and everything like that. That's all I gotta say is a public meeting would be appreciated. Then you can see, and any of them want to do a walk around, I can show them where the springs are on that property. Okay?
Yep, thank you, David. Okay, so I'll ask again, is there anyone from the public that wishes to address this application? Okay, I'll ask a second time if there's anyone from the public that wishes to address this application. I'll ask a third and final time. Is there anyone on Zoom? Okay, so I'm gonna close this part of the meeting off to the public. Trevor? I've got a couple questions that I've written down. I was hoping you could help. If we can answer them tonight, great. If we can't, I understand. As you say, some of the details aren't ironed out yet, but there was a question about, I should point out too, the letters that have been written in, we have read from the public. So when Ralph, you talked, a lot of the things you talked about, we had already read those, right? So just, I think everybody should know that the letters just don't go into cyberspace. We actually get them and read them. So Trevor, I got questions about the location of the parking and the garbage. Obviously, what you're looking at is it's going to be kind of right on the street. Can you kind of go into why that's the case, and can you see some issues with that?
I think what I'll do is I take away the comment that we should look at either alternative locations for the garbage or alternative methods of garbage collection, I think is what I heard, and we will look at those options. I think I heard, are there other areas in the site away from Beverly Street where you could shift and or focus more of the visitor parking? So we'll look at that as well. And then I definitely heard the comment about the tree retention. So we will, as I said in my presentation, we'll certainly look at wherever we can. Our goal is to preserve the trees, because we think it's helpful for the residents who already live in the community, and it's helpful for those who are moving into the community to have established trees, as part of the project.
Okay, and obviously there was a lot of questions about drainage, aquifers. There's water issues there, so I'm gonna leave that. You guys will have to do a study on that anyways. We know with drainage, you can't just drain onto a neighbor's property. There's proper channels to do that. So we'll leave that for that. I did want to ask a question. It was in one of our the submitted letters, and I didn't hear anybody ask about it, and that was regarding entrance onto Beverly Street. Do we know at this point whether we are intending to have a stop sign or traffic lights? Or is that up to a traffic study?
We did do a traffic study, and there's no lights required or other improvements, but certainly a stop sign on our side of the project, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I seen that as one of the questions, and I didn't hear anything about that. So, and one other question too, I read in that development per se, there's no green space.
Well, each of the homes would have their own private backyard, and there is also a common area where we haven't planned it yet, but it would, there'd be an options to have either a passive or a play area for children if that's the desire.
Okay. All right, that's all the questions I have. So thank you for coming back, and we'll leave it that for tonight. So I appreciate you coming out, and I think you got some work ahead of you. So thank you. Okay, so I'm going to close. Well, we already did close that part off to the meeting. I'm going to go back to the committee and ask the committee how they would like to deal with this. Councillor Wheat.
Well, just for tonight, I move that we receive this as information, and I'm seeking a seconder.
Yep. we'll go Councillor Gatward.
Further to that, in light of what's ahead of us, and the number of people here, I'll ask for a short recess because probably some of the people for the Beverly Street situation may want to leave, and there'll be other people here for the other item that's coming up down on German School Road that want to stay. And rather than interfere with those presenters, I'd ask for a short recess.
Okay, fair enough. But we'll call the question. And any comments before we call?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, just so that everybody in the community is on the same page. This area is currently zoned for M1, and I was just wondering if maybe Matt or Pam or somebody could speak to, if it was to stay M1, what are the things that could, because we've had this happen where we've put up roadblocks to developers about zoning changes, they've not gotten the zoning change they want, or not gotten the parking changes they've wanted, and they've said, okay, fine, I'm not gonna build houses, and then we get a big industrial use. And I think later tonight in our agenda, we have some industrial use issues and next to homes. Anyway, I just, so people are clear, maybe Matt could speak to this. What are some of the examples of M1 that we wouldn't have an opportunity to say no to or push back against that could go there right now?
That they could just, set up camp because it's already zoned M1. Matt, do you want to speak to that? Help us get our heads wrapped around that?
Yes, certainly through the chair, it would be like industrial type uses. This what they're proposing now would be kind of similar to what's surrounding it. However, like Councilor Verrier mentioned, the zoning would permit industrial uses of this site, so things like warehouses, industrial parks, that sort of thing. If I had a little more time, I could actually go into all of the examples, but that's the kind of thing you would expect in the M1 zone.
Okay, thank you. And maybe that comes back in the report too, just to give people the either or usage piece, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We could compare the M1 zone with what's being proposed, just to give everybody a clear idea of what's changing.
Yeah, and I only bring that, Mr. Chair, because sometimes people get the sense of what's there now is what could always be there, but no, what it's zoned for is what could always be there, and what it's zoned for, I think we'd have a lot of the same people coming back saying, well, I wouldn't love that there either. So again, just to be clear and so that we're all on the same page at the beginning.
Yep, and if you sit around this table long enough, you'll see that happen, so appreciate the comment. Any other comments, questions before I call the vote? Okay, and really the vote is to receive. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, as per Councillor Wheat's good suggestion, I'm going to call a recess and we'll meet back in 8 minutes. So if anybody wishes to leave, now's a great time. 7 Okay. Welcome back, everybody, after our short recess. That completes item 9.1, 23 Beverly Street in St. George. We're going to go to item 9.2, and this is 269 German School Road. And again, I'll reiterate, as I did earlier, this application is, there's no decision being made on it this evening, okay? It is simply for information purposes. So we're going to hear from the planner, we're going to hear from the applicants, and we also want to hear from members of the public, as well as members of the committee. So we're here to hear everything for information. Before we go on, just make a note, Councillor Chambers sends his regrets. He's not feeling that well, so he did have to step out. And he does not do that too often. So 9.2, Ryan is the planner on it. So anytime you're ready, Ryan, to start your presentation, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening. This presentation is with respect to applications ZBA 1422, OPA 122, and PS 222 regarding zoning bylaw amendments, official plan amendment, and draft plan of subdivision application received from owner Strema St. George GP Inc. for the land known as 269 German School Road. And Mr. Chair, as you stated, this is presentation is to be received for information purposes only. The subject lands are located on the north side of German School Road, east of Brant Road in St. George. The subject lands have a broken frontage of approximately 214 meters along German School Road, an area of approximately 56 hectares or about 138.8 acres. Subject lands currently feature an 18-hole golf course with associated clubhouse and maintenance facilities. The subject lands are currently zoned as recreational facilities OS2, suburban residential SR, and natural heritage NH under the County of Brant zoning bylaw 6116. Subject lands are currently designated in the County of Brant official plan as parks and recreation, natural heritage, and suburban residential. The lands are located within the secondary urban settlement area of St. George within the built-up area. The lands were subject to official plan amendment 8, OPA 8, and are located within site-specific policy area 26, which is related to the secondary urban settlement area that was established through that OPA 8. The applicant, as stated previously, is proposing 3 Planning Act applications. The zoning bylaw amendment application would see the lands rezoned from recreational facilities OS2, natural heritage NH, and suburban residential SR to urban residential singles R1, open space OS1, recreation facilities OS2, and natural heritage NH to facilitate the development of approximately 300 single detached dwelling units. The applicant is also proposing an official plan amendment to redesignate portions of the subject lands from parks and recreation, natural heritage, and suburban residential to urban residential, parks and recreation, and natural heritage. The proposed draft plan would see the creation of 306 new single detached dwellings, as well as 8 new public roads, a public park, 3 stormwater management ponds, and a pumping station. The proposal contemplates full municipal servicing, including water and wastewater services. As stated previously, this is just an information presentation tonight. Staff have received this application a little over a month and a half ago now, and we're in our initial review of the proposal. As you might imagine, the level of detail that goes into an application of this size and scale is quite involved, and so we have been having some internal meetings at the staff and management level to determine our next steps. In terms of processing these applications, our next steps would be to receive comments from internal and external agencies, and then review these comments and concerns with the applicant going forward. Application will entail a future report to come back to this committee with a staff recommendation, and of course notices will be circulated to all members of the public within 120 meters of the subject lands. With that, Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ryan. Any questions from the committee for our planner? Councillor Bell?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Ryan. I've 3 questions. First one is, could you say a little bit more about what SSPA 26 is in layman's terms so that everybody understands what it is?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have some notes here regarding SSPA 26. It was established, and you'll have to forgive me, I was not involved in OPA 8, and so I'm wrapping my head around it as we go here. But generally speaking, SSPA 26 was established through the OLT settlement order that established the secondary urban settlement area. That was solely related to the availability of services and does not imply a limit to redevelop the property. The subject lands were not required to become a part of the primary urban settlement area for redevelopment eligibility, but requires a land use designation change, which is related to this official plan amendment that we're dealing with. It is also not subject to the conceptual phasing plan for St. George, as the redevelopment is considered infill.
So can you do it again please help me, because just explain to the people from St. George what that really means. Does it mean Strema have the ability to go ahead? Does it mean that they are in a queue for wastewater treatment? Do they have the same situation that Paris Grand have in the old Paris Golf Course, where an agreement was reached many councils ago that said they could build on there?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm going to touch on that last point while it's on my mind with respect to Paris Grand. Obviously, that subdivision is draft plan approved with specific criteria for phasing. We are in the very early and initial review stages here for this development, and I would be guessing with respect to servicing planning. What I can say is that we know servicing allocation in St. George is a long way off, and so our preliminary thoughts were that this application was in fact premature based on the availability of servicing. But we're, again, as I stated, in the very initial stages of our review of the application, and you can expect we'll be going into great depth in our report when it does have to come forward.
Councillor Bell, can we just go to our Director of Planning on that one?
Through the chair, and yep, Ryan's correct with all that information. I'll just add that as part of OPA 8, it did talk about servicing and what servicing would be available for future projects in St. George. While this particular development wasn't identified as being allocated any of that servicing, there is mention of infill development being allocated around 7% servicing in the St. George area. This development, it being within the settlement area, is considered infill development, so there's a certain time range for how long that kind of allocation could be available for infill development as part of that settlement. And at this point, it would be in competition with other infill type developments in St. George for that kind of allocation, from my understanding.
Councillor Bell, you had three questions.
Yeah, I kind of covered two of them, but the parallel with the Paris Golf Course is one that people will understand. There was a lot of community objection to the loss of a golf course, a facility which is very well used, or was very well used, as is indeed today the Oaks of St. George, very well used. It would seem a huge pity to have the loss of another golf course, but we're not here to decide on that. But I just wanted to understand the parallels between the position of the Paris Golf Course, which in my mind, I was told many times that decision was taken many councils ago. Are we in a position to, as a council, accept or reject this application, or is it already deemed to be ready for development?
Through the chair, this council will have the option to make a decision on a recommendation that staff will be bringing forward this fall for this application. So it has not been predetermined. This council has that option.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Matt. Yeah, we have to be careful. I mean, we can't be biased, and I think you appreciate that until we hear all the information, and then we make our decision. But there's a lot more to come forward. Councillor Ferrier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My first question, I'll try to keep it general. When an applicant would want to move from a suburban residential zoning to an urban residential zoning, is it generally to put more density within a settlement?
Through you, Mr. Chair, generally, yeah, that's correct.
Okay. My other question, I'm I may have two, but at least for sure one. When the discussion here is about, actually I do have two. When the discussion here is about parks, recreation, and natural heritage, and then it says they'd like to change it to other parks, recreation, and natural heritage, is that a one-for-one, or is that not part of the proposal as of yet? Like, they're talking about putting a public park in a space, but maybe taking another piece that's been zoned for that and moving it, but is that a one-for-one, or is it looking at the end of the day, if they had their way based on the preliminary piece, we would have less natural heritage space and less parks and recreation space, or would it be the same?
Through you, Mr. Chair. I think I can understand, especially when we're looking at this blurb specifically, it can be a little confusing. In terms of the natural heritage, I think we could, take some, we can be confident that the natural heritage features will be protected. Provincial policies are very clear in providing adequate buffering and protecting natural heritage features. When we're looking at the Parks and Recreation designation, and that would be sort of the lime green here, and I don't know if that's coming up very well.
No, it is.
So that, this excerpt here would be the proposed redesignation, and the yellow would be the urban residential. You can imagine the entire golf course, where it's not natural heritage for the most part, is the lime green, parks and open space, or parks and recreation for the golf course itself. And so I suppose, yes, you could be trading one for one in certain areas. But in general terms, when we're saying we're redesignating portions from parks and recreation, it's, for the creation of majority of this residential development. But there will be areas designated in the subject lands, and you can see sort of there in the, I suppose, the center, the site, a larger park area that's designated, or proposed to be designated by the applicant.
And then my last question, and I'm going to try and make this question relevant to this speaker. Maybe it's could we have, and I know this happened in Paris, and I know this is very touchy because of golf courses in our neighboring communities as well, but could there be something in the report about any options for public golf course? When we look at, people talk about the Paris golf course and they say, maybe the county should have taken that over as a golf course. And maybe the economics don't work for that. I bet they don't. But I'd like some discussion within a report about the options for golf in the community. Not because I'm an avid golfer, because Lord knows my wife knows I'm not. But when we look at the option for golf in the community, and it's something that was asked again and again about the Paris piece, but it was too late because of what Councillor Bella had already talked about. Is that a potential option? And maybe the applicant is hearing me say that, and maybe that is helpful too, but I don't know. I just want to throw that out there and not let that opportunity pass without asking.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think I hear loud and clear that I will be looking for input from our Parks and Recreation Department in that report, if that's appropriate. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for the planner, Councillor McAlpine?
I'm not sure if you can answer this, but in our addendum today, it was sort of a lawyer from Pantatoni had sent in a letter indicating that there was an interest in putting a road through the golf course, apparently property, to German School Road to facilitate, I guess, an entrance to another access for their proposed warehouse. And that's a concern of mine, that's for sure. And I'm sure other neighbors would be concerned about that. And they seem to indicate that the staff are in favor of that possibility. So I don't know if you can comment on that at this point.
To you, Mr. Chair, I'm privy to some senior staff level discussions in that regard, and I think when we're looking at a subdivision of this size and scale, and we're identifying one major entrance off of German School Road, that is and has been of particular concern, even at the pre-submission consultation stage, was identifying other connections to this subdivision. What I don't want to speculate about is the actual location of that entrance at this point, primarily because if you'll notice in the draft plan that was submitted, it's not contemplated on this draft plan we're looking at. So those discussions are ongoing, but I'd be happy to ensure that we have, we'll have that covered in a staff report in the future.
Is it anticipated also that this, that a lot of that green area might be used up for further development of this site?
Do you, Mr. Chair, if I may, I'd like to defer that to the applicant to respond.
Okay, yeah, we'll keep that question for the applicant.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I'll leave it at that for now.
Okay, we'll go back to Councillor Bell, second time.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up from a comment that Ryan made about this is regarded as an infill development. This is not designated greenfield area, and that there is 7% of the capacity of the new sewage treatment plant that would be designated for this purpose. Is this, would that also include the development we've just been talking about in the previous item? Would that also be part of the challenge for the 7%?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's my understanding, yes.
Thank you. And just a final comment, if I may. I mean, when I came to the county, we had 3 golf courses and a half a golf course at Fescue, which is a very good one, by the way. But we will be down to 1.5. That's a more than 50% removal of a very significant recreational facility.
Are you including Burford? No.
We're left with Burford and Fescue's Edge.
Okay. Yeah, that 7% is going to go quick. we keep infilling this big. Any other questions for the planner? Okay, I just have one question. Ryan, do you think, would we need an area study on this? Thoughts?
Do you, Mr. Chair? That's a great question, and I think that's something that we looked at initially at the pre-consultation stage. And I don't have it handy in front of me here, but we did look at this recently, and our official plan does not require area studies for new subdivision developments within the built boundary. And I think that's the problem there, that we can't require one in this instance.
Okay. I'm just going to go to the director of planning on that one.
Yeah, and through the chair, I can add to that. Obviously, an area study, a secondary plan for this area would be incredibly helpful right now. There are, a number of road networks, environmental corridors, trail systems, all kinds of things within St. George that needs to be looked at more comprehensively. We're currently waiting on our official plan to come back from the province so that we can proceed to have it adopted by council and eventually approved by the province. So until that process sort of comes to a close, it's hard to initiate a secondary planning process for St. George, but it is absolutely something that staff will be doing in the future. It's unfortunate the timing right now with all of these applications coming in ahead of that process, because it doesn't leave us a lot of options, and we're behind the scenes scrambling to figure out the best options for all these transportation corridors and everything else. So I will say those conversations are happening quite rapidly behind the scenes, and we're doing our best to try to keep up with the applications that we've received.
I appreciate the answer. At first blush, when I read it, I thought, given where it is, how big it is, needs servicing, I thought an area study would have been appropriate, but we'll leave that up to the experts on that. Okay, if there's no other questions from the committee, then I'll ask Ryan, have a seat, and we'll ask if the applicant can come forward and speak to this. I'll ask you to give your name, the company you work for, as well, and we'll give you 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, Your Worship, and members of council and the public. My name is David Folletta, and I'm a registered professional planner with Bellsfields, and we are the planning consultants for the owner for 269 German School Road, which is the Oaks of St. George Golf Club. In terms of an agenda for this evening, it did work. I'm just going to quickly go over the purpose of tonight's meeting. A review of the site and surrounding context, planning policy review, some key statistics, and we'll walk you through the proposal. And then we'll finish with some conclusions and some next steps. And I'd also like to note that we do have members of our consultant team here to answer any questions. We know it's an important part of the application process, and we've got members from our Natural Heritage Consultant team, NRSI, from our Civil Engineering team, MTE, and then we've got our Transportation Consultant here as well. Again, trying to get as much information into your hands as possible so that you can make an informed decision when that time comes. I think we all know what the purpose of tonight's meeting. I think Ryan did a great job summarizing the applications that are before you today. Official plan amendment to change the designation to permit the residential subdivision, rezoning to change the zoning categories, and then a draft plan of subdivision to create those lots and blocks. I think we all know where the subject site is. It's just in the southeast corner of St. George, east of Highway 24 and north side of German School Road. In terms of the surrounding context, I think I'd rather hit this view. It kind of it shows a little bit more of the surrounding context, and as you zoom out, you see where the more developed area of St. George is. We do know that there is a plan to increase that settlement area, and the settlement area boundary is established through your official plan. So growth, as you've heard in the previous presentation, as well as what you've heard from staff today, is directed to your urban boundary and to your urban areas, St. George being one of them. So that's where we want to see growth over the next 30 years. Some of the key transportation context, I think we've heard a lot about what's happening in the community and how people are moving around the community. We just wanted to highlight for you some of the transportation upgrades that we are going to see that are planned for St. George. German School Road, and this is a bit of a confusing graph, and I do apologize, but I think the key elements that we want to show here is that there is a collector road system, so that red dashed line that's showing how traffic will circulate through the urban area, as well as the upgrades of some key streets, including German School Road, being upgraded from a rural cross-section to an urban cross-section, representative of the development that's planned for the urban area. This is a land use schedule, which I think you've seen a little bit of today. And it shows what the plan for St. George is, where its urban boundaries are, and what the land use designations are. The blue area to the north of the subject site is planned employment area, which you all know about. The subject site is identified in a boundary in red. And then we've got some commercial areas identified along Highway 24, and then some existing residential uses, which is that suburban residential along German School Road. And in our opinion, we've done our analysis. We think it's an appropriate location for residential infill development for a number of reasons. We think it'll make the planned commercial area along 24 more viable, so you'll get more of those commercial uses. It also has access and it has residential land uses to the south and to the east, and we think it makes an opportunity to really make better use of urban land within the urban boundary that provides access to some of those surrounding uses, like employment uses, commercial uses, and the rest of the community that you all love. Some of the history you've heard a little bit today. OPA 8 was an area study for a portion of St. George, and through that process, the ownership group did make multiple submissions, and were making requests to form part of the primary settlement area. Through that process, it was transferred from a primary settlement area to a secondary settlement area, and through the OLT process, there was a settlement that culminated in that site-specific policy area 26, which does establish that an area study isn't required for these lands when it does redevelop, and it does recognize its ability to redevelop into alternative land uses, and we've specifically identified residential land uses on this since OPA 8, which was back in 2018. You've heard about the new county official plan. It continues to evolve the planning framework around St. George, and it now brings the entire urban area into the primary settlement area and the primary urban area. So there is no more primary and secondary, and we are supportive of this because what it does do is it continues to direct growth to St. George over the term of the plan, which goes to 2031. And because it's an infill site, we know that provincial policy really does recognize the need to intensify underutilized land, so you're not continuously expanding urban boundaries, you're making better use of infrastructure and surrounding land uses. This is just another excerpt from the official plan, identifying its current land use as open space, recognizing the golf course use. The zoning you heard today from Ryan has multiple zones on it. It has NH, which is natural heritage, and open space too. What I will say, Ryan touched on it earlier, is that we've done a comprehensive natural heritage study, and we are increasing those green buffer natural heritage areas, especially along the edges. So that green area has increased, and through that additional study that NRSI has done, we've identified for their protection as well as the buffers that they're required for them. In terms of the proposal, you heard earlier that it's 306 new single detached residential homes. It also includes one large 1.5 hectare park, which is approximately 3.7 acres. There's 3 stormwater management ponds that are intended to deal with some of the storm runoff. And then, as we mentioned earlier, conserving those natural heritage blocks. And then you heard a little bit more about the lands that are identified in the draft plan, and I'm just going to pull it up here. So this kind of shows the layout. You'll see 2 road connections to German School Road. It's kind of like a crescent loop that loops throughout the community. I wish we had this in color. We don't. But the park is tucked in near the natural heritage area, and you see the road pattern here. One of the questions earlier was regarding the area in the bottom left corner of the plan. That is additional lands that are owned by the applicant, and those are not proposed to be redesignated or developed at this time, but they're just additional lands owned by the applicant. In terms of the breakdown and the key statistics, we just wanted to summarize for you how the land would be utilized. The majority of it, 28% of the land is for residential lots, 3% is approximately for the park, ponds are 6.5%. You see the breakdown. Natural heritage lands represent a significant portion of the lands, about 20%, and then the additional lands owned by the applicant, which is that area we talked about, is 27.2 lands. And those lands are highly constrained. We understand that. There are significant natural heritage areas in that area. And then there's public roads that make up about 11.7% of the land. You heard that there's an official plan amendment required, and that's to redesignate the lands from open space and parks and recreation to urban residential. And then there are a portion of the lands along German School Road that are currently designated suburban residential that are also proposed to be updated or upgraded to urban residential. Zoning, similarly, the zoning basically is from the parent zone, so no site-specific regulations or modifications are proposed. So we're proposing to jump into the parent R1 zone with no modifications, so no changes to parking, no changes to setbacks, no changes to height. The school and the park site would be protected through the OS1 zone and the recreation zones, as well as the natural heritage protected through the NH zone.
David, we're almost at our time here.
Yep. I'm just going to sort of summarize that we did do a comprehensive natural heritage study, and we did a comprehensive civil engineering study, and they've identified that through minor upgrades that there is capacity, that's planned capacity through the infill that you heard about earlier today, about that 7% of that capacity. And finally, I just want to touch on some of the key transportation considerations, because I think it's important, just identifying some of those vehicle trips, and that the TIS, the transportation study that was completed by our consultant, did identify that there will be some upgrades that are required, including lights along, it's on the next slide. There we go, sorry. Traffic lights are warranted at the intersection of Highway 24 and German School Road, as well as signal lights at the intersection of the development, at Main and St. George and German School Road. So those are the 2 infrastructure upgrades that are proposed through this development. And that's it from me. I think, based on our review and our analysis, we think it isn't appropriate, and a redesignation, and the applications do represent good planning, and they do comply with, conform to provincial policy, as well as the direction to really optimize land use in the urban area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. I'll ask committee if anyone has any questions for the presenter. Okay, Councilor Ferry first.
I feel bad for all those folks in the middle. I have 3 questions, if that's all right, just based on experience with development and issues in Paris over the last term and beyond with this sort of thing. My first is about walkability and active transportation and traffic calming. Can you speak to those? I didn't see those anywhere in your presentation. I know with the Paris Grand, one of the benefits of it is that there was kilometers and kilometers of walking paths and biking paths added, and it's easy to do in a golf course area. Yeah, if you could just speak to that.
Through you, Chairman. Yes, we have done a comprehensive review, and unfortunately, you know, this subdivision is in black and white, so I will go back to the subdivision slide. Oh, I think I've passed it now. There we go. There are numerous opportunities for trails, and we're still investigating those opportunities. We think we wanted to identify the park as that central feature, and we do want to ensure that any of the walking trails fall either within the buffer or outside of the buffer so that they can provide a continuous loop around this community, and we think that there's an opportunity within the buffer areas of those natural boundaries, and you see those sort of in the blocks in the draft plan of subdivision.
Can the applicant, through you, Mr. Chair, speak to, and then I have one question after this, low-impact development history this company has and issues that may occur with light pollution?
Sorry, was that last comment through you, Mr. Chair?
Low impact development and light pollution.
Light pollution, okay, I didn't hear that last comment. Thank you. Again, we're here to take your comments, and we really do want the feedback from the community, and we will be taking comments and responding through a matrix. We've got MTE, who are the civil consultants. They have looked at identifying the most advanced opportunities to deal with stormwater, so we'll definitely be implementing and looking at what type of lit opportunities there are. In terms of light pollution, that is typically a site plan detail, and we'll definitely be thinking about that and be reviewing it as part of our review. In terms of that light pollution, is there a concern with regards to it spilling over into natural areas? Is that the concern we're hearing? Okay, thank you.
Okay, and my last question. It's like wrestling music here. What's going on? Is that okay? That's okay. That's okay. Somebody's watching on Zoom.
Okay, go ahead.
My last question, Mr. Chair. I spoke earlier to our planner about the ideas around suburban residential versus urban residential. I see 300-ish units in this plan with a sizable chunk that could be developed later if you get your proposed desire here. If this was to be kept as suburban residential instead of urban residential, how many units of a similar size would you be able to fit in instead of the 300?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, we did not do that analysis. We do know that it'll be significantly less, and I think that suburban residential is reserved for existing large lots within the community. We know that this is an urban area, and we also know that we want to optimize development in an urban area like this where there is planned growth for it. So I would suggest that, you know, in terms of conformity and compliance with higher order planning documents, in our opinion, it's not the best use of the land for suburban residential purposes.
Thank you for your answers. Appreciate it.
Yeah, that's a good question, good answer. Councillor House.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I'm going to ask a question that we ask to a lot of the developers when they come in and talk to us about Paris, and that is that we don't see many developers looking at modest housing solutions. We see a lot of, more, what's the word? Affluent housing. All of our communities need some modest housing solutions, and there's different ways to achieve that. I don't see that in this detail, but it's a fairly small picture, and I know it's kind of early days, but can you talk a little bit about housing products and how they might serve different needs in communities? Like we again, going back to the beginning of my comment, there's hundreds of houses being built in certain parts of Paris, and they're all very nice houses, and that's great, and that serves a certain need, but somebody has to build houses that serve people with more modest requirements. Is there any consideration for that within this proposal?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, that's a great comment, and we've always been advocating, our firm has always been advocating for a full range of housing options. And what we try to do here is provide for a mix of lot sizes, but we'll definitely take back that comment and look at what opportunities there are to provide smaller housing options and more affordable housing options for the community. I will say that in other communities, we know that there are those smaller housing options, but in this case, this was sort of the direction that the ownership group wanted to go. But again, we're here to solicit feedback, so we'll take it back and we'll look at what those opportunities look like and respond accordingly. Thank you.
Councillor Bell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to David. You used the words underutilized land, and that can only mean, in your context, it's underutilized for residential purposes, because I think many people regard this land as being utilized very, very effectively. So can you comment a little bit about why we as a council should consider residential over a very good recreational facility?
Oh, geez. Through you, Mr. Chairman, and to the council, that's a great question, and we're asked these questions all the time. And when we look at lands within the urban boundary, we want to optimize land use, and I think everybody agrees it's not just for residential purposes or employment purposes, it's for a mix of uses. And the reason we want to do that is we want to build a community and make sure that the community has everything it needs, including recreational facilities like you mentioned. But this is not a public recreational facility. This is not a public park that anybody can walk on. So in terms of utilizing land for community building purposes, in our opinion, it is currently underutilized. Are there aspects of that are important? Absolutely. But in my opinion, utilizing land for public trails, public gathering places could accommodate and could address the same uses that you're identifying for this. I agree with you, golf courses are great, and golf courses are great in other locations. But in this case, in our opinion, the developer has proposed to develop it for residential uses, which we think align with the growth potential of St. George. So that's generally our opinion, and that's generally my opinion in terms of planning and growth.
So you, if I may, Mr. Chair, you use the term "we believe" that this is the best use for the land. I think that's our role as council to determine what's the best use of the lands in our county, but I'll let it pass at the moment. But I would ask the question, two questions. One, is there a proposal that you could make that would replace this facility elsewhere in the county? I'll leave that with you. You don't have to answer it right now. And secondly, are you going to hold, as Councillor Wheat asked on the last presentation, a public information session so that you can get much wider public input?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, and I do apologize if I misspoke in any way. When I said we, I meant Bousfields, the planning firm that authored the report. Those are the conclusions from our report in terms of what we feel, or I'll say what I feel is the highest and best use of the land in terms of optimizing that density. That's what I meant. And we are certainly open to hosting a public open house for the community to solicit additional feedback. Like what you heard from MHBC earlier, we do feel that public input is an important aspect, and we think collaboration is key. So absolutely, we'd be happy to do that. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor McAlpine, you had one actually that, yes, they're planning that.
Yeah.
You're going to ask them.
just the anticipation of further development of some of those green spaces. And you, in one of your earlier comments, you commented at this time development. And I just wonder if that is what you're planning to, in the future, fill in that area with further housing.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, at this time, it's not planned for future housing. There are, like I mentioned earlier, there are a number of natural heritage constraints there. And we continue to advocate for the protection of those natural heritage constraints. We think that there might be opportunities for those lands to potentially merge with some of the lands to the south, if that could potentially happen. Or alternatively, there'd have to be a crossing of that natural heritage element in order to access the unencumbered lands. And we haven't really investigated that enough to determine whether or not that's feasible at this point. So it's additional lands that are currently owned by the applicant and not proposed to be developed at this point.
The other part is at the back, the north side of your property, they use an abandoned rail line, and I'm just wondering if you've considered incorporating that as a rail trail in the future.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, absolutely. That was one of the comments I made earlier in terms of around the perimeter of the site. We think that there's an opportunity to have a trail network, and we're working with our natural heritage consultant team to make sure that that is a viable opportunity, that so long as it's outside of those features and potentially either in the buffer or outside of that buffer area as well. But thank you for that comment.
The other further constraint too, though, is the capacity of German School Road at this point. It's not built up, I don't think, to handle this amount of traffic, and that would be a big concern, and it's been mentioned by a number of the neighbors.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chairman, that is an important aspect, and we did complete a transportation study, and our transportation consultant is here to speak to that. And through that study, it identified how many vehicle trips would be created from this site, and identified when those peak hours are in the morning and the afternoon. And you're right, the capacity of that street currently cannot accommodate the development. It would need upgrades, and those are those two lights that we talked about earlier. It would trigger the need for lights at Highway 24 along German School Road, as well as at Main Street, which I was stumbling across when I was trying to get to that slide, and I apologize.
I'll leave it at that for now.
Okay, any other questions from committee? Mayor Bailey, did I miss you? You good?
No, I'm fine.
Okay. See no other questions, David. I thank you for your presentation, and you can kindly have a seat, but I might call you back to help us answer some of the questions. At this point, I will open it up to the public for comments or questions, concerns. I'll reiterate what I said earlier. If you heard something kicked around a lot, mentioned a few times, please don't mention it again, because we are taking all the comments into consideration this evening. Again, it's just for information. Again, we want to hear from everybody, and time is limited, but at that, I'm going to ask who would like to come up and speak first. Okay, sir, come on up. If you can give us your address and name to the clerk.
It's the right button. It's green now. Okay. My name is Jim Hedges, and I reside at 250 German School Road.
Okay, go ahead.
I think you have all received a document, a letter that I wrote to the planning department, and had a look at the many issues that I raised there. And I think there are many residents along German School Road who've also received this letter and who endorsed the letter. So we won't dwell particularly on all those things. I just have a few other questions and comments that I would like to make. First of all, I know there's, I'm not familiar with all the details of it, but I know there's a lot of development that's in stages of approval or has been approved for St. George. Do we know approximately how many units are waiting to be put into St. George? I know north of Highway 5, for instance. Do you have an approximate number?
keep going through your questions. I'm gonna write them down, but that's one I think we might have to do a little bit of research while you're reading, so
Okay,
keep
well, I
going.
was just looking for an approximate number, because I was leading up to, do we really need this? You know, we have an awful lot of other development going on and homes being putting in. Why do we need this for the St. George area, number one? Secondly, where do they stand in line in terms of all the other developments that have been approved or in stages of approval in terms of their construction? As well as where do they stand in line in terms of the infrastructure that has to be developed for these other places? Do they jump the line? I don't know. We need to have those questions answered. I've heard you said that we see this as the official plan for 2012, and that there is the new official plan that's been submitted to the province. I'm wondering, does this application go by the rules of the old official plan, or if it's not totally accepted by the time the new official plan is released, does it follow the new rules? And so I'd like an answer to that question, because I think potentially the new official plan might see this development completely differently. I have to say, and I think the neighborhood agrees, that we find this to be a particularly outrageous proposal. There are approximately 50 homes on German School Road now. This would increase the traffic by, I'm told, 800%. Already, I mean, we're being told, okay, we can put a traffic light at one end and we can put a traffic light at the other end. That was pretty obvious from the start. What about the road itself? Already we have a problem. There's no sidewalks on the road. People walk on the road. Already it's a problem with the amount of traffic that there is on the road already. 800% increase. This development, it's only access for 306 homes. Multiply that by, as one of the councilors point out, people don't have just 2 cars now. In my letter I said 1.5, and that was particularly conservative. So multiply that by 2+, and you can see the amount of traffic that can only go out on German School Road. That's dangerous for the traffic that's going to be on there. And what does the traffic light do to solve that problem? It just lines the traffic up, waiting to get out onto the other roads. That's not a solution to the problem whatsoever at all. So the other thing, the community itself, who are we? You know, this is a German school community. This is a wonderful community that gets along. You can see the people coming out here tonight. We enjoy what we have in that community. We have large lots. We know our neighbors well. Putting 306 homes in here is not in keeping with the community. I think we have to decide who we are as a community. Is this right for that area? Okay, what is this developer doing for St. George? What is the plus for everybody else here? I'd like to hear one plus that there is. Everything is about making the money. I'm sorry to say that. I don't know where these developers are. I'd like to know if they're members of this community. I'd like to have that question answered. Where are the people who own this from? Because we view it as people from the outside saying, here's an opportunity to make a lot of money. And we don't really care about what's going on in the community. We don't care about the people and what's in the surrounding and so on. Okay, we just need to focus on the money. And I know it's not their first rodeo, and they're going to pick every little bit they can to try and get this through. And it's going to be a tough battle for us. But they need to know that the community is very, very much opposed to this. And I agree with the councilor who says there's nothing wrong with keeping this as a golf course. It's beautiful. It fits in well with our environment. So I think we need to look very carefully at this and look at all the major issues that are negative that it raises without any positive contribution to the community. And welcome them to work with us and develop something that is in keeping with the community, that has a positive impact on all our community and all the citizens in it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. Yeah, so Jim has raised some questions, and after we've gone through the public comments, we'll try and answer them as best we can this evening. I'm not saying we're going to answer them all perfectly, but we'll try as best we can. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to come up and express some concerns, ask some questions? It's not just questions either. It's if you got some comments, we want to hear them as well. So I don't want to scare anybody away from the podium.
Already. Thank you very much. My name is Frank Del Signore. I live right across from the golf course, 270. It's green. 270 German School Road, and I'm just in the process of building the house. It's almost completed, and I'm very happy. All my life I wanted to live on German School Road because the way it looks fabulous. It's a beautiful, beautiful place to live. So I'm very proud of it. My question is, I understand that development, the investors, they buy property for making money. That's what it's all about. And I love the golf course. I want to become a member, but if it's going to be there. However, if it has to be developed, then I would like the county to do what they've done, a great job all these years. There has been development on Scenic, 2 subdivisions, beautiful estate lots. It's gorgeous. If you never drove by, do it. You'll love it. You will live there. There's one East River Road also. And then there's Highland Estate. There were several phases on that project. And they all were done as estate lots to keep within what county believes, which is, you know, a community that people that love their homes, love their space, and yeah, we pay a lot of money for those houses, we pay the appropriate taxes for it, and we support our local people. So to see that development, the 306 houses, even though it affects me greatly, I'm not for it. But if it had to be something, do estate lots. Take a drive to those places I mentioned and see how well they're done, kept up, and people are proud to live there. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public? Okay, sir, at the back, come on up.
To Mr. Mayor, St. George, that is a well painting in your house, by the way, council, fellow members of German School Road. My name's John Kennedy. I'm at 310 German School Road. I've been a resident of German School Road, owned the land for 17 years, lived there for 15, and I think everybody has spoke passionately about it. I mean, it's a neighborhood that is friendly. We wave. We welcome new people to the community. There's obviously, in the years that many of us have been there, we've seen new people come and go. In my background, basically my family has been in Brant County since 1850, both in Burford, Norwich, which is not, Paris, Brantford, and actually was instrumental in a lot of the development of the county back in those days. I'm a former member, I was with BGI Retail. I don't know if you know BGI Retail. I was the vice president of business development, actually, speaking of development. And we worked with a lot of major brands. We brought to Brant County, people flew in from Europe, from all over the states. And as you know, we I'm retired now, every Home Depot store in North America, including China and some other places. So Brant County, I want to address something as a brand, and I want to address something as eco. We hear a lot, and Mr. Wheaton, actually know your wife well, Lois, about water we have nature. Brant County has the largest canopy growth of any county. Our late mayor, not late mayor, Mr. Eddy used to talk about it all the time. And I look at this development, how it affects us. I look at my drive to work every day, going down Highway 24 through Paris, which is wonderful. It all fits. It's supported by development around there, which has commerce, which supports those communities. I know from our area, and it was interesting on Beverly Street, used to live at 54 Beverly, and You know, if you got a basement, you have your own running water system. You don't need pipes coming in. Our area does have a lot of water. I know from environmentally is a key issue. There's a sort of a test. We used to find golf balls in our marsh area in the back, and we couldn't figure out, we thought every neighbor in the neighborhood must have been hitting golf balls towards us. And it's water that actually flows out of that development area, out of the golf course, into a waterway which feeds all the way down to the oceans. This 360 homes, and it's funny for me, I mean, my whole life's been business development, so I don't object to that in the right place. But I think the brand is really important for Brant County. One of the key points that we did at BGI, which I'm retired, we put solar systems on the roof of that building. I don't know how many of you councilors are aware of that, which fed 240 homes. Home Depot US, Home Depot Canada, Sporting Life, Canada Goose, you know, I can name brands, Burton, I've got stores in California. They saw Brant County as a county that supported doing something good for the environment. And I guess my question is, and challenge, and I've sent Ryan 4 pages of stuff, so we don't hear everything else. The fact that we should be looking at building products that are environmentally friendly. Everything's about carbon. I mean, maybe no one's heard on the news that the planet's warming up. I mean, who's got a snowmobile in this room today? Not many people, unless you're going up north. So I think I challenge the county to sort of say, how do we develop a system which supports carbon reduction, which is trees? How do we do something that puts building products in place that is environmentally friendly, which is recycling? I'm actually designing for a major retailer in the US right now a building that speaks to all those things. Speaks to green, speaks to power, speaks to carbon energy. And I can tell you right now, we think about the traffic flow to that corner, but how many cement trucks, how many gravel trucks, how many dirt trucks are going to be going down German School Road? I can see this connecting to Industrial Boulevard. I can see this as a greater infrastructure that's going to feed the development, which is the old cheese factory in St. George. We have a lot of water, we have a lot of wildlife. Deer walk right down my driveway and set the alarms off at 12 at night going to the golf course. We have flocks of geese that fly over our home, hundreds and hundreds of them. I've got it all over our driveway and cars that use that golf course as a natural habitat. So I do appreciate business development. I can't imagine that we're going to see what we saw off Highway 24 developing. And I mean, as I say, you know, I work with Chris Carson, who is C214, and developing half the buildings over there. I mean, development is good, but development in the right place that respects our environment, but also looking at the future. How do we address, as a community, council, all our areas, to look ahead and be building substantial homes that can go in place, but have a solid impact, both on the environment. I appreciate profit. That was my job, making money for people. That was my job, making money for retailers, right? Love money, but in the right place at the right time. But we have to think about doing good for the community. German School Road is not a subdivision, right? If you want to do a hybrid, you want to put in a 9-hole golf course, you ever been to Vancouver and gone to the 9-hole golf course at Stanley Park? It's beautiful, and it's a high-density apartment building area, and it's a community that everybody goes to. There's like 500,000 people live within walking distance. You could put a beautiful 9-hole golf course, you've already got the golf course there. It's there, I can see it. I can look out my window and see it, not as clearly as some of the other people. So I could see that being developed, working with a different plan that gave something that fits the community, still gives profitability, but also respects the environment. So, I mean, that's all I have to say about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public that'd like to speak to this application? Okay, come forward.
Is it on? Everybody hear me? My name is Bruce Stuckel. I live in northeast corner of Brantford. I don't have much to say. I just would beg you on behalf of the members, I'm member number 10 at the Oaks of St. George Golf Club, not to take our golf course away. It's it's a little bit, I don't want to use the word insulting, but I think, I don't understand why we have to develop every piece of green space as a first priority. This is a beautiful piece of ground. It's something that hundreds of us have enjoyed for the last 30 years. And I just think that there's got to be a better place to develop outside of this beautiful piece of green space. And I also feel sorry for some of these landowners, especially the people that bought estate lots on the north side of German School Road that were clubhouse lots, yeah? And now they're gonna have 300 houses built right behind them. And the one thing I don't see on this plan, and I'm certainly, you could put what I know about planning in a thimble, okay, and have space left over. I don't see a single MURB development in here. It's all single-family houses. There's lots of young people that can't afford an $800,000 house. Where are the MURBs if we're worried about that, okay? I don't think this is a good way to use this land. I, with all due respect to an excellent presentation otherwise, I won't use the word insulting. I just think it's misguided. And I think there's a counselor over here who I've never met, whose name I can't recall, who's asked a lot of good questions here tonight, and I think his questions should be followed up. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak to this application?
My name is Oliver Grope. I'm an abutting landowner to this, and I have no questions for council. I've been a 50-year resident of the county, a builder, a property owner, a businessman, raised families here, but I understand the pressures that the province is going to be putting on everybody. I don't know if the councilors know it, but I'm pretty sure the planning people really do understand what's coming down the pipe. And I was here in 2005, asked the county for a 17-lot estate subdivision on my property. They said, Oliver, you're not going to get that, you'll get 200. But you'll get 200 when the services come. I said, fine. So I ran the business. I was a good member of the community. I saw the St. George Landowners Group come by and try and jump the gun, try and divvy up St. George a bit. I sat back. It's been a long time. And these pressures that are coming from Strema, from the warehouse proposal, from other landowners, from other people around, they're not going to stop. The county needs to do the comprehensive planning for St. George, and it needs to start. They promised me it'll be 2 weeks. 2005, the provincial policy statement came out, and it changed land development in Ontario for 20 to 50 years, like nobody really understood. But because I was a builder, I had worked with developers, I understood that it was going to change Ontario. The densities that are being required are huge, and we're not used to it. And the pressures are coming. And it probably won't be 300. The pressure will be on the upside of 300. I'm sorry to say that, but that's probably what it's going to happen. When 5 to 10 years, when servicing comes and everything happens, all these other properties, myself included, are waiting in the pipeline. And as soon as that starter's pistol goes, for Empire, Losani, for all of that in St. George, it will be a frenzy, and council will not be prepared. And it'll take time. And you've shown here, by the comments from the planners, from the councilors, from everybody else, that you're not prepared. You're not prepared for what you wanted to call a secondary servicing boundary. You're not even really prepared for the first. But we know the money talks, and the pressure is going to be immense. and we have a new premier. The old premier, but with a new mandate and nothing to worry about, and the pressure is going to be huge. So I have no questions. I wanted to get this on the record. I thought my last time up here was a long time ago. I guess not. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else from the public that wishes to speak to this application? I'll ask a second. Okay, come on up.
Okay, my name is Stephanie Van Herksen, and I'm at 291 German School Road. I wasn't going to speak, but I just wanted to reiterate that a lot of us community talk to each other, and we're definitely opposed to what is being proposed. The other thing I wanted to say is that with the economics, it is very real that you have adult children living at home with you because they can't afford that kind of housing. So for us, we're like a 4-car family home because our children are adults and living at home. So I'm just saying it's very real and it's very out there. The other thing is that like us right now with the traffic that comes, there are a lot of people who don't live on our street who cut through already, and they don't abide by the speed limit at all. And so we have to be extra careful backing on to come out. Already without the proposed development, we do need lights at that corner of Highway 24. And we have a lot of farming communities, so I'm out front, I work with kids and I'm home with kids all the time and stuff like that, so I'm out front a lot, and I witness a lot of huge big tractors for the farming community go down the road, but I also see a lot of impatient people passing, going onto the grass a bit because it's a bit of a narrow road, trying to impatiently pass this tractor. Now that's with what we have now. So my concern is the families, the children, I mean, the whole road would need to be replaced, sidewalks put in, crosswalks put in. Like, it's already not ample for the situation. So yeah, it's just not, yeah. So that's all.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I'll ask again if there's anyone from the public that wishes to speak to this application. I'll ask a second time if there's anyone that wishes to speak to this application from the public. And I'll ask a third time. And do we have anyone on Zoom, Briar? Okay, see, we don't have any. Okay, I'm going to close this part of the meeting off to the public. There was a few questions raised. Let me ask Dave Falletta, is there anything you wanted to respond to? Maybe you could talk about the traffic, because I think it was Jim Hedges that mentioned possibly it was an 800% increase, and you had actual numbers that didn't make it seem quite so bad, but that's the number he threw out. And German School Road might need upgrading. You heard that from a few people, maybe sidewalks. Could you just talk a little bit about the traffic and the road?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all the residents that spoke today. I know, we're back to in-person meetings, and I think it's good. I think you really get a sense for the pride that you have in your community, and I do want you to know that we heard you loud and clear, and we're going to take your comments back and work with staff on a response, and we'll host a public meeting like we talked about. In terms of the comments about traffic, Julia here would be happy to answer some of those questions.
Sure. Yeah. Good evening, members of council. My name is Julia Salvini, and I'm the transportation consultant on this team. And I'll take a few moments to talk about the transportation study that we did, and then I'm happy to answer questions if there are more. So the transportation study that we did for this application was really comprehensive, because one of the things we've alluded to, but we haven't talked about a lot, is that there's a vast amount of planned development in this area. And so there's been a number of other transportation studies that came before this study that we looked at to guide us in terms of providing information about what we expect from those developments as well, because the purpose of our transportation study was to build on what we already know is coming. And so The county is well aware, and they've been doing lots of good work in this area, and that's where we saw earlier in the slide, they've actually redesignated German School Road from a rural collector road to an urban arterial road. And the intent is that it will actually carry more traffic, not just from this development, but from all of this other development that's planned in St. George. And so we did, without going too deeply into the numbers, I'm not sure where the 800% came from. I'd be happy to chat with you about it later. This development doesn't add 800% more traffic onto German School Road, but there is substantial planned traffic coming to German School Road because of this other development that's already been approved. And so this, yes, this development adds another layer of traffic. It's much, much lower than what's already planned. And the improvements that we've talked about a little bit tonight, the traffic signals at the intersection with Highway 24 and the traffic signals at Main St. George intersection with German School Road, those are coming as a result of this other development as well. It's all looked at together. And the only other additional improvement that I wanted to highlight is we're looking to regrade a portion of German School Road in the vicinity of the site, just to make sure that there's good sight lines from the road so that people can see cars coming towards them and make good decisions about making turns. And so perhaps I'll leave it at that, and if there's specific questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
No, I think we'll leave it at that. I appreciate you answering the question. We had the questions already. Your study itself, though, it's in the hands of planning staff, is it not?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, and that's a public document, I understand. So if somebody wants it, they could request it from our planner. So, and hopefully they signed up on there. So, okay. Thank you very much. There was a couple other questions. Actually, I'm going to ask our Director of Planning, Matt, maybe he could help us a little bit, because there was a question about how many units are in the pipeline? And I know around this table here, a lot of times we'll ask it, but approximately how many units do we have in the pipeline for the St. George settlement area?
Through the chair, I'm not certain exactly what that number is, but I can tell you between Empire Communities and the Lasani development, both of which have been draft approved through the now Ontario Land Use Tribunal, between just those two alone, it's 2,600 units. And we have other developments in the works as well.
And there was a question, is it needed? I don't think we're going, that's more of a qualitative question. I think we'll leave that. But I was wondering, Matt, if you could explain to us, and I know we know this, but how is wastewater allocated? And obviously we're at capacity now for wastewater, we know that, but can you just go through how it is allocated?
Through the chair, I'll do my best. A lot of the future allocation for St. George was decided through OPA 8, and that was all settled through the OLT, or at the time LPAT process for OLT. So at that time, we had a projection of how much capacity would be created by upgrading our water and wastewater systems. That allocation, for the most part, has already been allocated to what will be the future growth of the area in terms of what's already there and what's draft plan approved, and then portions of that allocation were also divvied up for infill projects. This project being considered an infill project would be one of them. So it's, it would be, at this time, potentially a first come, first serve. But that being said, the county has recently come up with a growth management allocation policy for Paris. We are also going to be doing the same, using the same approach for our other areas as well, St. George being one of them. And as you can see, there's just a ton of growth coming towards St. George. St. George is definitely going to be one of our priorities for developing the next phase of this policy. So I would say to council and this committee, just stay tuned for that to come forward shortly.
All right, thank you, Matt. I think I heard a few oohs and ahs on some of those numbers. The last question I want to ask that I wrote down was, looking at this development, this application, are they putting it through under the new OP or the old OP, official plan? That's OP.
Yeah, through the chair, this application was deemed complete at the end of April. So it would be considered under our current official plan policies.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I'm gonna turn it to the committee now, and I'd like to know, see if I can get a motion to receive for information. Moved by Councillor Coleman, second by Councillor Pierce. Are there any more final comments, questions? Okay, I know we're getting late, but it's important. Okay, seeing none, all those in favor of receiving for information? And Mayor Bailey's on board. Okay, none opposed. So I do want to thank everyone for coming out to speak to this tonight. I want to thank the applicants. I thought you did a good job of answering the questions. There's still a lot to go. We do strongly recommend, again, as we said to the other group, having a public meeting and just, you know, seeing what they do, because we can meet in person, and I think a lot can be brought to the fore when that happens. So I'm going to give us 60 seconds, so if anybody wants to leave, please do so in the next 60 seconds before we go to 9.3. On 9.4 will be the 4 ones that are hearings held tonight for public information only. So the planner for this one is Dan. So Dan, anytime you're ready, you can start your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a zoning bylaw amendment application for 70 River Road that I'll be presenting for information purposes only this evening. So the subject lands are located on the north side of River Road, west of Newport Road. The subject lands identified in red are irregular in shape and have a total frontage of approximately 180 meters along River Road and an area of approximately 0.89 hectares or 2.2 acres. The subject lands currently contain an existing single detached dwelling, detached accessory structure, and are privately serviced. And surrounding land uses consist of a rural residential cluster, active farm and agricultural uses, and the Grand River to the north. The application proposes to change the zoning on the entire subject lands from agricultural to rural residential, and the application also proposes to apply a site-specific exemption to the eastern portion of the subject lands in order to recognize the deficient rear yard setback of the existing dwelling of 10.6 meters where 15 meters is required. I've provided a list of the submission materials that have been provided with this application that staff are currently reviewing. These include a review of minimum distance separation, a stage 1 archaeological assessment has been provided, and of course the severance sketch. So this application is required in order to support a subsequent consent application in order to facilitate the creation of one new rural residential lot. So on the left side of your screen, our current official plan designation identifies the subject lands as rural residential, which supports rural residential development. And our current zoning on the subject lands is agricultural. And as I mentioned, that proposal is proposing residential uses, which is the purpose of this application is to permit additional residential uses. In terms of next steps, as I mentioned, we are currently reviewing this application It's been circulated for technical circulation and comments to the public. We will be back to Planning Committee with a formal staff report. Further notice will be provided of any further future public meetings where a formal recommendation will be provided to the committee for a decision. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Dan. I'll ask the committee, is there any questions of Dan at this time for this, on this application? Okay, seeing none, is the applicant here, or Rashika here?
I do believe they are with us virtually.
Oh, there she is, okay. Good evening, Rashika.
Good evening, Chair and members of committee. Thank you for having me. I do not have any formal comments or presentation at this time. I think Dan has captured all the information that is being proposed. I do have Bob Phillips as well online, and if there are any questions for us, we are more than happy to answer.
Okay, thank you, Rashika. Are there any questions of the agent at this time from the committee? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to open up this part of the meeting to the public, and I invite any member of the public who wishes to speak to this application to come forward. I'll ask a second time if there's any member of the public that wishes to come forward to speak to this application. And I'll ask a third and final time if there's any member from the public that wishes to speak to this application. And we don't have anybody on Zoom? Okay. So I don't see anybody, so I will close this portion of the meeting off to the public, and I'll bring it back to the committee and ask how the committee would like to deal with this. Moved by Councillor Bell to receive for information, seconded by Councillor Wheat. Any questions, discussions? All in favor? Opposed, if any? Okay. Rashika, Bob, thank you very much. One of your easier ones for sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so this is going to bring us to the final item that's being looked at simply for information purposes, and that is 20 Scott Ave, and I see we have some people have been waiting patiently. So Dan, you're up here already, so I'll let you get into that, and this is Pinty's on 20 Scott Ave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you mentioned, this is a zoning bylaw amendment application for 20 Scott Ave. This is the Pinty's property, currently owned by Olymel, and our applicant and agent are here with us this evening to present the proposal as well. So the subject lands, as we are most likely familiar, located in the north end of Paris, on the south side of Scott Ave. The subject lands are approximately 2.5 hectares and contain an existing food processing plant. I should note that the existing food processing plant has expanded a number of times over the last few years, and it's important to note that the food processing plant use is legal non-conforming use, which means that it was legally established at one point in time. However, the bylaw has since changed and is no longer permitted, and I'll get into the details of the proposal, but about the purpose of this application. It's also important to note that the immediate surrounding land uses consist of light and heavy industrial uses to the north, east, and west, and low-density residential uses to the south. So the proposal is requesting to modify the current light industrial zone to apply a site-specific exception to permit the food processing plant as a permitted use. So as I mentioned, there have been a few expansions of this site over the last few years, dating back to a minor variance application in 2002 to permit a 962 square meter addition. That application was, or that expansion was facilitated through site plan control. There was another minor variance to extend the legal non-complying use to facilitate another expansion, which was also facilitated through site plan control. And this application is proposing a larger expansion of 2,900 square meters, and it would also be subject to site plan control, where we would look at the details related to the site, light, noise, odor, traffic, these details here. So again, the submission materials provided, a ZBA application, planning justification report, and I'll just have you ignore that list because it was left in there from the previous presentation. The current official plan designation identifies that these land uses are an employment land use, identified in blue, and then again you can see the abutting residential land uses to the south along Garden Crescent. The current zoning on the property, as I mentioned, is light industrial M2, and that this food processing plant is currently a non-complying use. So this submission material is a little bit more accurate. We have received a zoning bylaw amendment application, a planning justification report to facilitate or to justify the change in permitting the use, traffic analysis, noise assessment, site and servicing and grading plan, and a concept plan that you can see on your screen. So again, the site plan control submission is required and will review other submission materials such as landscaping, building elevations, and a functioning servicing report. And these will be reviewed in detail by staff at the appropriate time, most likely prior to this coming back for recommendation. Again, I think it's important to assess things like noise and traffic and odor so that we can determine whether or not the expansion of this use or permitting this use is appropriate for the subject lands given the location of the property in relation to abutting sensitive uses. So I should note that I did have an opportunity to meet with some residents of Garden Crescent last week, where we did discuss a lot of the concerns that are outlined in some of the submission materials. We had a great discussion about process and timing and just a bit of the history on the property, and I know that they'll be here to speak as well, as perhaps we can hear from the applicants to address some of those concerns at these early stages. But in terms of next steps, again, we'll be looking to most likely review that site plan control process or application in detail prior to bringing this back for recommendations so that we can address, make sure that we determine that we can address the concerns and determine that the expansion is appropriate or not. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for the planner at this point? Okay, seeing none, I guess we'll call the applicant forward if they want to talk about it. If I can get your name and...
Hi. Good evening, members of the committee, staff, and members of the public. We've been hiding in the corner up here, so thank you for your patience. My name is Brandon Flewelling. I'm a land use planner with GSP Group, and I'm joined this evening by Mr. Bin Do from Olymel, which is the parent company to Pinty's Fine Food. So we're here tonight, obviously, to speak about the zoning bylaw amendment that has been submitted and the proposed expansion plans that go along with that. As outlined in Dan's presentation, the zoning amendment is required to site-specifically permit a food processing plant as a permitted use on the property, as well to extend those permissions onto the adjacent property which has recently been acquired at 34 Scott Street. Just to clarify for everyone, at this location, what occurs is that Pinty's prepares cooked chicken product or chicken products for bulk distribution. There's no slaughtering that occurs on site. It's the preparation of chicken products. Currently, the property employs about 125 people, and this would be expected to increase with the proposed building addition. The addition that's proposed is roughly 31,000 square feet and would bring the entire facility up to approximately 73,000 square feet. As Dan outlined, in support of the application, we submitted a number of studies, and we are working towards bringing a full site plan application forward as well to help address some of the comments that we've heard and to really inform the zoning as it comes forward so that any land use decisions are specifically associated with the proposed building addition. One of the big items that was completed and that's identified in comments that we've received from members of the public to date is really talking about the noise assessment and looking at the existing noise impacts and then understanding what the future noise impacts might look like. That noise report, I think, has been reviewed by, certainly by staff, but Based on the comments, I think members of the public have also looked at that and provided some pretty specific comments. And what I'd highlight from that is that that report is under or in for technical review by staff. There are mitigation measures that are proposed through that noise report. And certainly those mitigation measures are things that the Pinties are in support of and would implement with approval. That needs to be done through part of their Ministry of Environment approval process as well, and there's a provincial approval that's required, and then you know, the mitigation measures could be implemented after that's fully reviewed and approved by not only the county but the province as well. So that noise study, as I said, has been submitted. It provides for a reading and understanding of what the current noise impacts are, as well as an estimation of future noise impacts, and then also outlined what mitigation measures would be appropriate to protect or stop that noise. Or not stop it, but buffer the residents from it. So those are technical matters that need to be reviewed and further considered, but certainly wanted to highlight that. As I said, Pinties is you know, in support of mitigation as recommended in the noise report now, and should it go back and be reviewed further and other changes or other mitigation measures are proposed, they'll certainly be considered. As I said, I've read all the letters that have been submitted to date, and similar to all the other applications tonight, we're really here to receive comments, hear any input from council, committee, and the public, and then to go take that information away and work on providing detailed responses as appropriate in the future. So I'll conclude my remarks with that, but we're certainly here to answer any questions that we can at this time, or write down any comments that we do here and come back in the future date.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee for the agent, for Brandon? Steve, Councilor House.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the delegation. I have a couple of questions, and I know you said that you've read the comments and concerns from the neighborhood. I've stood in some backyards on that street and talked with some of the residents over the last few months, and you were referring to noise as being a primary issue, but I know that odor and light concerns are significant. Other environmental concerns. The neighbors in that part of Ward 2 have been very thorough, organized, and respectful in their communications to both staff and to your company. So we will look forward to hearing more responses related to those concerns. The mitigation aspects, and you know, we'll let residents speak for themselves, but just wanted to say that we're aware, staff is aware. There's been lots of dialogue. I guess my one question for you is, you mentioned that currently you have approximately 125 employees at that facility. This is going to jump to being a 70,000 square foot facility as proposed. What does that do to the number of employees?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the estimates right now are that it could grow by another 45 to 50 employees. You know, rough estimates based on the additional square footage and the production that would be required. So that would be the estimate, to go from, you know, 125 to 175 as a ballpark. Certainly agree with your comments about the residents being organized, and I understand they had a good meeting with Dan earlier this week or last week, as well as a meeting with representatives from the plant itself. I wasn't involved in any of those, but certainly I'm available to be a conduit or answer questions or in any way that is helpful going forward. So appreciate the neighbors being organized, and if there's an ability to have meaningful dialogue, we're certainly open to that for sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from committee members? Councilor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the delegation. As Councillor Howes mentioned, odour is an issue. Could you say more about the new technology that you're going to bring forward that will reduce odours from the plant, and indeed reduce odours from the existing plant?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can't speak to the specific technologies that could be implemented in something like that. I think perhaps we can take that question away and I can come back with some more detailed information. Otherwise, it's certainly not an area that I'm a specialist in by any means, so we could provide some better input on that at a future date.
Future date. Any other questions, Councilor Bell, before we move on? Okay, Councilor LaFerriere.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our CAO is not here, Mr. Chair, and Mr. Mayor at home. Our CAO is not here tonight, but I know he had discussed with council previously us getting some odor detecting equipment. That's something that I think we were very supportive of as a council, because we do get a lot of complaints all over the county about odors of various types. Is your company or agency sort of aware of that technology? And just to make you aware that I believe the county is going to be moving towards odor enforcement in a much bigger way than we have been able to in the past with the purchasing of this technology. So is that something that, especially as you grow potentially, is that something that we will have a positive working relationship if we have to enforce? Like, we may have to come onto site or near site or go into the neighbor's yard and have these odor detectors off. You know, do you have any insight into how you would address that as a company?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I'm the planning consultant for the applicant. In general terms, I can certainly say that I'm aware of, you know, odor studies being done for various forms of applications and, you know, parameters being set. As far as, you know, the county investing in equipment, and if there were guidelines or if there's approvals in place that the odors can't exceed whatever the parameters are measured in, then that's something that, you know, operationally that they would have to maintain those parameters. Similar with noise or dust from a parking lot or other activities. Right. So if those parameters were in place and there was an approval process and a measurement to be maintained, then that'd be sort of more of an operational aspect moving forward.
I want to thank the speaker because I asked the question so poorly because it's getting quite late. But I guess that's more of a friendly warning, I guess, is maybe not the best term, but to say that we are going to be investing before we are all into sending bylaw officers out at various hours to various places. So thank you.
Okay, noted. Thank you.
Any other questions from committee members? Okay, see none. I will ask mine. I read in one of the letters, they talk about a 2 to 4 year window to implement the mitigation/containment measures, whether that's for the odor, noise, or whatnot, lights. Why 2 to 4 years? Why couldn't we get those implemented sooner rather than later?
Certainly. So the real answer is waiting on approval from the province. So if you have an environmental compliance approval, so the county can approve the documents here, but there's a provincial review at the ministry level. It's really only a factor of that. So if that comes back quicker and, you know, you do these 5 things and your mitigation is satisfied, then that could be done, you know, as soon as possible.
You did speak of that in your opening remarks, but okay, just wanted to clarify that. Okay, thank you very much, sir. At this point, I'm going to open this up to the public, and I'm going to ask if anybody from the public would like to speak to this application to please come forward. Yes, sir. And when you come up, please give your name and address to the clerk and just make sure the green light's on.
Okay, got a green light? Hi, I'm Justin Brennan. I'm at 52 Garden Crescent. So my house backs onto the property next to the plant. I've had concerns about this before that I brought to the council. Well, first off, I have some questions that maybe the council should be requesting of the Pinties. Is the facility that they're building, is it going to add new ventilation, or is the existing ventilation going to handle the new building? Because right now we have constant noise almost 24/7. They, since the pandemic in 2019, they brought in refrigeration trailers. This is against the bylaw, but because of the pandemic, it was like, so The question is if it's 24/7, because they now, because of that, allowed to bring in those trucks, trailers, they now run till 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. They unload whatever they have into those trailers at 2 o'clock in the morning, and then the cleanup crew begins. Now that doesn't shut the ventilation down. They flip a switch to go into a lower setting, but it does not shut the machines down. They start back up at 5 o'clock. That again takes trucks to move the trailers to the loading docks, to bring their product that is out in the trailers into the thing. To me, under the M2 zoning, that sort of goes against what processing is. If they have to take it out of the building and bring it back in. So that was my concern, was this new storage area. What are they going to do with it? And is this expansion going to increase the hours of operation? Are they going to become a 24/7? Is the storage area going to be running that 3 hours where they're cleaning up the other side, and then vice versa, when they shut down the other side, and they're still running then on the side they clean? We got to remember that the town of Paris allowed the houses to be built in that neighborhood. I'm not a problem with expansion, but it's expansion at what cost? And they've had several expansions now. One that, because of the pandemic, that is allowed and it's now in place, which I don't think it should be, and I really would like the council to look at that, because it does go against the bylaws of the town. My big point is that I've been here for 30 years in this town, and I've seen what the plant was at the beginning, and I've seen it expand, but now they're taking liberties beyond and above what the town has allowed people to have around there. Like this new expansion, is they require more refrigeration trucks. And what do they store in those trucks? I really don't understand that. But my whole point was that it looks like the plant is going to go 24/7. And if you're ever up in that area, the noise, yeah, it's okay for a factory. And I imagine it passes all their reports on acceptable noise, but at what distance away from houses? That area has been brought in. Are these reports from past things, or is it up-to-date reports on noise? And is it going to increase? Because at night, there's not another business open. They're not allowed to have trucks running from 12 to 7 in the morning. But now, because of the pandemic, Pinty's has been allowed to do that. So my question is, again, is the noise during the day is now going to be the noise at night. And I'm a light sleeper. I imagine as people get older here, they find they don't sleep as solid as they do. I know some people have no problem with the noise. Others, it seems to disrupt them. I usually wake up at 4 o'clock, somewhere 4:30, around in there. And I can't say it's Pinty's solely, because there's other people moving around the house. But I'm just worried that the noise level and the bylaws are being infringed upon here. And I would encourage the council to take a look at those, because they were put in place to try to improve the quality of the people that are living in that area. I thank you for your time, and thank you.
Thank you. Is there any, okay, we have another one. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Doug Coppins. I live at 33 Rose Court. I lived at 33 Rose Court for 38 years. And when in the first 10 years we lived there, we had some very bad industrial neighbors. One was a rendering plant that stunk like you know what, and we fought and got rid of them. I sit here tonight and I listen to the same thing, because after that was over, there was a bylaw brought in for the people that lived there, so we didn't have to put up with this crap. And I sit here tonight, and I didn't know, but it seems that due to the fact is that I live a little bit further than far I can throw a baseball, I don't get to know about this, because if I'd have known about this before, we would have mobilized and shut this place down. I sit here and I listen to the stuff about this abatement stuff. I work for a company in Brantford that's been here for over 100 years. We have a real whole pile of perfume. You go down there, you don't smell it. All you got to do is spend the money and do it right. And if you don't want to do the job, maybe you should get out of town. Because what I'm seeing here is just a pile of crap. And if you haven't been able to get rid of the stink in all the time you've been here, you shouldn't be in town. You're not a good neighbor for all the rest of us. And it just ticks me off that we have to come here tonight and waste the darn time. My family's lived in this county for 221 years. We've fought wars and everything else, and I just don't want to have to fight another one before I die. And that's all I got to say. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Doug, for your comments. Is there anybody else from the public that would like to speak to this application? And I'll just ask if you could direct the comments at the committee.
Green light. Good evening. Ian Gray, I'm at 40 Garden Crescent. Obviously opposed to this amendment. This is a monstrosity already. It's a size 11 shoe going into foot going into a size 9 shoe, and the Pinty's puts on a face that they're empathetic to our concerns about odor and soot and noise and visual distortions and pollution, but they're totally reactive. There's no proactive mitigations. You have to call, complain, and maybe you'll get something done. The timeline will be vague. It could be, 2 to 4 years, right? And it's just, it doesn't work. They're not sympathetic to their neighborhood or their neighbors. This is a profit-driven decision on their part. So, as I said, I oppose, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, sir, for your comment. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak to this application? I'll ask a second time. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to speak to this application? I'll ask a third time. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to speak to this application? Seeing none, we'll check Zoom. There's nobody, so I will close this part of the meeting off to the public. And Mr. Flynn, I don't know if the people you represent can answer some of the questions that came up. One is regarding, is there going to be new ventilation in the newer part? Are you going to have more refrigeration trucks? Will it become a 24/7 operation? 24/7 operation? Is it going to be noisier at night? I just wonder if you can touch on those.
Certainly, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to respond briefly to the questions. So I've taken notes of the comments that we heard. There was a new noise study that was submitted as part of the application. It outlines what the new mechanical requirements will be of the expansion. So there's new air makeup units. There are some other elements that have all been studied and identified in the noise report as to what their various roles are and what they do in support of the operations of the plant. The hours of operations are not proposed to change at this point. The hope is that the expansion helps to streamline is not the right word, but better organize the overall operations of the plant, and hopefully that is one way to help mitigate some of the past concerns that have occurred as well. By being able to enlarge the plant area and shift some things around, there's hope that a little better, smoother process will help to mitigate some of the concerns. Just looking at some of the other comments I wrote down here. I guess I can't speak to past comments and concerns about being reactive instead of proactive. What I can say is that in support of this application, the studies that have been identified have been prepared and will be reviewed, and if they have to be reviewed by a third party or other sources, then that will happen as well. So certainly, as they've grown, all the past growth has had to be accounted for in this proposal, as well as the future planned growth, and the studies have been prepared accordingly. So we've certainly taken notes, and I'm sure staff has as well, and we'll continue forward with the site plan application, which helps to really outline what the site operations are and provide some more details to that. And we'll keep working with staff and hopefully come back with answers and recommendations that provide the direction that's being sought.
Thank you. Yes, obviously there's some frustration out there, but we hope Pinty's could, be a good neighbor and a good employer too. So thank you for answering those questions. Okay, I'm going to bring this back to the committee and ask if I can get a motion on the floor to receive for information. Moved by Councilor Coleman, second by Councilor, seconded. Thank you. Any questions or comments before we call the vote?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. In this recommendation by staff, and again, it's not deciding anything tonight, but it says that any comment submissions regarding this application be referred to staff review. Can I request that bylaw be included? Because the one piece was about specifically bylaws, our bylaws and our noise piece. My understanding is the province during the pandemic stepped in and said, we're overruling municipal noise control and bylaw issues, but maybe we can get a report back or a Friday file from bylaw about if we heard anything about that with food production and other issues, so that we can, we've been told by the province we're back, things are back to normal in so many ways, but some of these things maybe are overhanging still, and it'd be good to get some sense of where we're at with that, because again, with the noise bylaw is actually pretty effective, but not when it's overruled by the province.
Are those exemptions still in place?
And when are they looking at removing them, or are they just forever? I mean, we had the same thing with construction. We had homes being built at 2 in the morning and 6 in the morning and things like that as well. Okay. So it's relevant to planning, but it's relevant specifically to this, and bylaw's not here tonight to answer that.
And it's easy to see how those exemptions could become, the norm, right? Yeah. Unless it was asked to walk that back. Okay,
so,
I think
so
that's
a yes. Okay.
I think we'll leave it as a verbal request to them, and
okay. Thank you.
We'll get something on that. But any other comments or questions before we call the vote to receive for information? Seeing none, all in favor? Okay, I just want to thank the members of the public for coming out and speaking to this. That is the last application that we have for information purpose only. The next few, the next 4 are going to be for decisions. And the 10-1, 10-2, 10-3, and 10-4. And the first one is 226 Burford Delhi Town Line Road. And this is from Mr. Johnson. And we've seen this before us once. So Dan, go ahead and I'll let you present.
Should we do our motion to extend now while we're waiting?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a zoning bylaw amendment application for 226 Burford Delhi Town Line Road, and the agent J.H. Calhoun Engineering, and staff are making a recommendation of approval this evening as outlined, for the reasons outlined in the staff report. So this has been previously presented to this committee for information purposes. I've identified the subject lands in red on your screen. A portion of the subject lands defined by the black dashed line are located within the settlement area of Kelvin. There are approximately 1.45 hectares located within the settlement area, as shown on the screen. The subject lands currently contain an existing semi-detached or single detached dwelling, an existing temporary dwelling, and a automotive repair business. The official plan identifies again that settlement boundary of Calvin in the orange color, and the area outside of that orange color is designated agricultural. And the zoning is currently a site-specific to permit the limited use related to the automobile repair, garage, and sales. There's also a temporary zoning which expires in 2024 for that garden suite identified on the property under that T-82 zoning. So the application is proposing to change the zoning on a portion of the lands located within the settlement boundary to allow for rural residential, residential hamlet zoning to permit additional residential uses. The application is also proposing to modify the existing agricultural A-23 zone to permit or recognize the lot area that would remain as a result of separating those two uses. So the portion within the agricultural zone would retain approximately 3.1 hectares and 31 meters of frontage, and it would maintain the permitted uses related to the automobile use. And the third part to this application is that the boundaries of the natural heritage zone would be modified to reflect a 30-meter buffer on each side of the identified watercourse. So you can see on your screen there are two little slivers added onto the natural heritage zone with a hatching. This is just to reflect that an adequate protection buffer from that wetland or from that watercourse is maintained as part of any future development applications. So this application is required in order to support a subsequent consent application in order to facilitate the creation of 3 residential lots within the proposed RH zone. And this is just another look at what the severance proposal may look like, is likely to look like, and again, identifying the 30-meter setback from that natural heritage area. So staff have reviewed the application, circulated for comments, with no concerns identified. Again, the development ultimately will be dealt with through a subsequent consent application. Staff are satisfied that the zoning request meets the policies, provincial policy, the growth plan, and official plan policies, and are recommending approval of this application as outlined in the staff report. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dan. Any questions from committee for Dan at this time? I don't see the mayor. Is there not one screen that has Zoom?
I think he's got a presentation.
Oh, okay. Oh, there he is there. Okay, all right. Okay, is the applicant here to speak to this?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Bob Phillips from J.H. Cahoon Engineering Limited. I am not going to go through all the stuff that Dan's gone through. I think he's done a very good job outlining the planning merits of the application. Rashik is here with me to answer any questions, and I think we'll just leave it at that tonight.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Thank you, Rashika. Are there any questions for Bob or Rashika on this? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to open up this part of the meeting to the public, and I'm going to ask if there's anybody from the public that wishes to speak to this application. I'll ask a second time if there's anybody from the public that wishes to speak to this application. And I'll ask a third time if there's anybody that wishes to speak to this application. Nobody on Zoom? Okay. Seeing no one, I will close this part of the meeting off to the public. I'll bring it back to committee, and I'll ask how committee would like to deal with it.
Move the application.
Moved by Councilor Weeks, second by Councilor Coleman. Any questions, comments, concerns from the committee before we call the vote? Okay, all in favor of the recommendation? All those opposed? Okay, this is carried. Can I, before we get into the next one, it's gonna be a bit of a risk, but I'm gonna ask if we could get a motion to extend this meeting past the 10 p.m. deadline. Moved by Councilor Ferrier, second by Councilor Howes. All those in favor? Opposed? Can't say I blame you. 10.2, this is Elkin, 5 Bernice Street, out in Mount Pleasant, and Shannon, you are up.
Good evening. I will make this short and sweet. So this is a zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at 5 Bernice Street from Courtney Boyd on behalf of owners Colin Elkin and Kim Baldo within the former township of Brantford, and was required as a condition of severance application B2221DN. They are proposing, so the subject lands are located on the west side of Bernice Street. They're irregular in shape, have an approximate area of 3,105 square meters and a frontage of approximately 58 meters along Bernice Street. The purpose of the zoning bylaw amendment application is to place a holding provision on the new lot in order to prevent development until water allocation in Mount Pleasant is lifted. The lands are currently designated suburban residential in the official plan, and in my professional opinion, are in conformity with the official plan, as the retained lands will continue to be, as the proposed and retained lands will continue to be used for residential purposes. And both the proposed and retained lot conform to the zoning bylaw standards for the suburban residential zone. And I'm recommending approval of the rezoning application. Any questions?
Thank you, Shannon. Any questions for Shannon at this time? Seeing none. Just to be clear, Shannon, this is my question. Even an infill like this, there's no water allocation?
So that is correct.
I did not know it was that bad. Okay, yeah. Thank you. Is the applicant here to speak to this, or an agent thereof?
Courtney Board is online.
Okay, Courtney?
Yes, good evening. I'm Courtney Boyd, agent on behalf of the applicant. I do not have a formal presentation tonight. I'm only here to address any questions or concerns from the committee, and we thank planning staff for the concise and thorough report that they provided.
Okay, thank you, Courtney. Are there any questions for the agent from the committee? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to open up this part of the meeting to the public. I'm going to ask if anybody from the public would like to speak to this application. And I will ask a second time, is there anybody from the public that wishes to speak to this application? I'll ask a third and final time, is there anyone from the public that wishes to speak to this application? And we have nobody on Zoom. Okay, seeing none, I'll close this part of the meeting to the public, and I'll ask the committee how they would like to deal with it. Councillor Wheat.
Move the application.
Second by Councillor Gatward, you're seconding it? Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Councillor Gatward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 4 Bernice Street is the existing house, and number 5 is the Severance, I believe, next door. it's the empty property. Is that correct?
That is not correct. 5 Bernice is this application, and which it contains an existing dwelling, and the proposed new lot is vacant. 4 Bernice is across the street and related to a different application.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, any other questions from the committee? Okay, so the motion on the floor is to approve the recommendation. I will call the question. All in favor? And all opposed? Okay, it is passed. Thank you, Shannon. This will bring us to item 10.3. Dan, this is you again, I guess.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a zoning bylaw amendment application for the property located at 145 Industrial Boulevard, and staff are recommending approval as outlined in the staff report. The subject lands are here identified on your screen in blue. They have an area of approximately 2 hectares and are located on the west side of Industrial Boulevard, north of German School Road. Subject lands are currently designated as employment land use with the natural heritage area identified in green. The zoning also identifies the existing limits of the natural heritage area, and the zoning is a site-specific M3-7 zone, which permits a single detached dwelling accessory to the main industrial use, in addition to the uses already permitted in the general M3 zone. So the proposal proposes to change the zoning on the subject lands to remove the accessory single detached dwelling as a permitted use to the heavy industrial zone. And the proposal also, or the application also proposes to modify the limits of the natural heritage zone in accordance to the findings of the recommendations of the EIS that was prepared as part of the related consent application B4321. So this is expanding the natural heritage boundary to identify an increased setback to the wetland feature, an increased setback to the drip line of the woodlot, and an increased setback from the tributary that's identified on the property. And this application is required in order to satisfy a condition of that consent application, which I mentioned, which was previously approved by the Committee of Adjustment on July 15th, 2021, which proposed to sever a new industrial building lot from these subject lands. As I mentioned, the application was reviewed by staff with no concerns identified. This application is a condition of consent application, which I did also mention. The staff are recommending approval of this application. Thank you.
Any questions for Dan on this application? Dan, do we know what the new business is going to be?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't have that information. Our applicant is with us and may be able to provide that information.
Okay, I'm looking at the map. I see it's close to the Oaks of St. George. It's just, I'm thinking, okay, that might be the subject of a future planning meeting. So, okay, if there's no questions for Dan, I'll ask if the applicant wishes to come forward and.
No, I'm just here if there's any questions anyone has.
Do we know what the new business will be?
What our intention is currently our family business, MC Masonry, owns all of it. And what we're.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna have to ask you to come up, simply because we can't hear you. I can hear you, but the at-home audience cannot. So I just get your name and the company you work for.
Hi, my name's Christine Calcao, and I'm the daughter of the owner that has it. Currently, MC Masonry owns the whole lot of it. Our intention is to severance it and build another warehouse on the severed lot, is our intention. It's so that if we build two warehouses, we don't sell them in one lot. It's just more of a, there's no way we're gonna put a house there. I'm not living in an industrial area. Don't understand how that happened, but we thought that it would be beneficial if we could do a secondary warehouse, but it would only work if we could severance the lot.
Fair enough. Any questions for the applicant at this time? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Staying with us this evening. At this point, if there's no questions, comments from committee, I will open this up, part of the meeting, up to the public and ask if there's anybody from the public that wishes to speak to this application. I'll ask a second time, and I'll ask a third time if there's anyone from the public. Seeing none, and we have nobody on Zoom, I'll close this part of the meeting off to the public. I'll ask committee if I could get second by Councillor Gatward. She had her hand up. Any comments or questions before we call the vote? All in favor? Okay, Mayor Bailey is on side. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so that completes item 10.3, and up for our last one for this evening, this will be our last one. Yeah, but our last recommendation is 10.4, and this is again takes us back to Mount Pleasant for Bernice Street. And Shannon, you are up again.
All right, thank you. So this is a zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at 4 Bernice Street. This was required as a condition of severance application B1022SL. The purpose of the application is to rezone the proposed lot to place a holding provision. So it will be zoned H-SR in order to prohibit development until water allocation in Mount Pleasant is lifted. Lands are designated suburban residential. No new designation is being sought. The lands are currently being used for residential purposes and will continue to be used for those purposes. The retained and proposed lot both meet the development standards of the suburban residential zone. I'm recommending approval of the application as it conforms to the relevant provincial policies and county policies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Shannon. Are there any questions for Shannon on this application from the committee? Go ahead, Councilor Gatward.
Does this put this particular request in a queue for water allocation once water is available?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Does
put it in the queue if they get their application in? Does this give them a higher priority once water becomes available?
There's no water currently available in Mount Pleasant because it's at capacity. So by doing this to this particular request, does this automatically put them on the list early so that when water is available, that they will be assured that they get capacity?
Through the chair to Councillor Gatward. So they would actually have to make another rezoning application to lift the holding provision, and that would only be, they would only be able to do so once water allocation is available, or once water is available.
Yes, and will that water be given out according to the requests? Because there's subdivisions or potentially future subdivisions in Mount Pleasant, and these individual requests would be granted first because they came first. So in other words, a first come, first served basis.
Through the chair to Councillor Gatward, I am not sure regarding that. I might defer to Matt to answer that question.
Okay.
We were going to give you first crack at it, but you did pretty good. Matt,
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Thanks. Through the chair to Councillor Gatward. So just like Paris and just like St. George, we'll be developing a growth management servicing allocation policy for Mount Pleasant. Similar to how we've done it with Paris, infill development would likely get precedent over like a brand new subdivision. So these lots that would have holdings on them would all be considered infill development. So like they would take priority over a brand new subdivision or something like that in the Mount Pleasant area.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
No, it's a good question. Thanks. Any other questions on this? It's been moved and seconded? Have it? Okay. Can I get a mover? Councillor Coleman. Seconder, Councillor McAlpine. Any more discussion? See none, all in favor? Opposed, if any? And the mayor's in, good. Okay, that completes all the items. Thank you to our planning staff. We'll skip over 11 because I don't see anything under consent items, and we'll go right to the staff report. Is Brandon here?
I'm here if there's questions.
Well, we'll just wait then. Are there any questions on the information report that Brandon prepared?
I'll move the recommendation.
Move to receive. Okay, can I get a seconder for that? Steve House, okay. I just have one question. I think he said it, but he didn't quite state it, but of those 8, there were no problems with any of them. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, through your chair, that's correct. Of the businesses that have taken up that program, we have not had any bylaw complaints or anything with them. The program has actually been quite successful. It's something that we would like to see extended for another year to give us more chance to study it, and just to make sure it's it fits for Brant. And then after that year, we would come back with something more permanent.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor House.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and I will be brief. So we are to receive this as information, which is great. This is a good news story. This was like good for everybody involved, good for the community, good for the small businesses. No complaints from neighbors and stuff. That's all a good news story. And there's a recommendation in here that we're going to extend this for another year, which people are, I think, counting on to some degree. I'm just wondering, can we do more than just receive it as information? Can we, can this committee vote to show our support for what's in this document rather than just receive it? And I'm prepared to make that a motion.
Do we need a motion to approve this for another year?
And while we're at it, do we make it 3 years?
Well, let's answer your first question.
Yeah.
So through the chair, you could make a motion to move to approve this, and then we would bring back the bylaw at the end of this month for approval. The notice that would have gone out for this meeting wouldn't have been. I don't know if we would have met our statutory requirements for the correct timeline for that notice, but if we bring it back at the end of this month, we do have time to make that notice and to make those arrangements, so we could.
For the council meeting, okay? Yeah.
Right, so this committee can...
We can receive it at this point. We can't, because the notice wasn't given for the planning meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then if that's the case, when it comes back to council, instead of a 1-year extension, can we look at a 2-year extension?
Yeah.
Through the chair, we could make that adjustment.
Go ahead, Councilor Fair.
Just Steve and I were taking a walk around downtown and the park, et cetera, before council between our meetings. And we actually had one of these 8 businesses stop us on the street to talk about what a great thing this has been for their family and their life and also their customers. The paddle company just a stone's throw from here. So it's pretty great we rarely get stopped in the middle of the street to be praised. So we got stopped twice, actually, so we're doing something right.
For good news, yeah.
So I just wanted to throw that out there. It's hearing just today from somebody who's been really, really positively affected, and it's just great to hear.
Okay. I do like the go slow approach. I mean, that's my nature, but the fact that, you know, it's gone well so far, I think is a good thing. So, any other comments or questions? Okay, so the motion on the floor is to receive for information, knowing, Darren, that we can also bring forward a motion to extend it at council. So all in favor of receiving? Thank you. All opposed? Okay, this is gonna bring us to the in-camera at this point. So can I get a motion? By the way, I didn't hear anybody bring up other business at the beginning. So can I get a motion to go in camera? Moved by Councilor Coleman, second by Councilor Bell. All in favor? Okay, I will vacate the chair.
Thank you. We're now back live in open session on the Planning and Development Committee meeting of June the 7th, 8th? 7th, thank you very much. We have completed our agenda. The next meeting is July the 5th, when we will meet at 6 p.m. in council chambers. Would somebody like to make a motion to adjourn? Many people. We can take a choice from that. Thank you very much. Thank you to